All right. After last stream, I bought a pedal cluster for a BMW, so I'm gonna have the pedals that I'm used to on the build. That gets here on Friday, so I've been checking shipping statuses constantly because it's gonna snow. All right, I gotta clean up the desk before we do anything. That's the first part of the stream, is clean up. Clean up, clean up. Oh, I gotta get back to my stream deck so I can mute, so I can cough. Hold on. God, this little persistent cough. I made a pretty strong habanero sauce last night. Turned it into a dip because there was a lot of extra. And I kind of regret eating it all in the middle of the night because pooping isn't fun right now. It's not fun. There's no fun to be had there. Sweep up. I've got metal shavings all over the floors right now. Yesterday was trash day, so everything is all the bins are ready to be defiled yet again. All right. This is why I'm not trudging on metal filings. Thanks for the 100 bits, Anonymous. Oh, Genesis Waffle subbed. Thank you for the sub. "10 months. Clean up so we can mess up." That's right. That's how it works. Hi, Coggis. What are you talking about? Tape measure. I don't think we need it right now. Put that away. Just trying to get going here. Trying to get going. Kind of a rough morning. USB out of the way. We're gonna do 3D printer stuff soon. I don't know when, don't know where, don't know when. No, I don't know when the stuff from Twisted Sister gets here. He said he mailed it. I don't have any other information about it. I'm pretty excited about getting that new control board though. That's gonna be awesome. Get pedal parts, put all the 80/20, 20/20 rails somewhere. Probably a good place for them. Clear desk, clear mind, right? Not an empty desk. This is like the hardcore, like backroom part of the mix here. Let's find a brighter part of the mix. Actually, that was a pretty good part, but we'll just go there. All right. It's the wire I'm gonna have to alter, shorten it. Put it with the other wires, I guess. Bolts and stuff we'll deal with in a minute. Put my screws away. All these little pieces of Maker Beam. I am actually gonna be all your Snowpocalypse stuff in order. No, all my Snowpocalypse stuff is basically, what do you call it? It's gonna be the stuff that I'm waiting for on the mail, because I really want to work on those pedals, and we might have a Saturday stream where I actually work on stuff, because yeah, I got those things coming in the mail. I'm super excited about getting an actual car pedal cluster working with the rest of the steering wheel setup. I want to win that rally. And I want to gloat about it to Rob Oz. That's kind of my goal. So I'm getting a real pedal cluster so that my pedals feel natural. They feel like actual car pedals, and I can rest my feet properly. Because I was actually putting a foot on the ground in order to rest my foot. So I don't know if I'm going to use this block of wood, this part of Burn the Subs, as my pedal, as my footrest, but I might. We got a lot of work to do though. I'm cleaning off the desk right now. My 3D printer bit the big weenie in the sky. It bit the sky weenie, and it's dead. It is an X printer. I'm not dealing with it anymore. I'm waiting for that thing that Twisted Sister is sending me, because he rules. And he happened to have a $100 board kicking around. And he was like, you want it? I'm like, all right. So that was literally, and I resisted it at first because I was like looking at all the specs for it. It's like, I don't think it's really gonna do exactly what I need. How's everybody doing? I was like, I don't think it's really gonna do everything I need. I want, you know, this and that and the other thing. And it turns out, you know, I've never blown up a driver in the 3D printer, and it's got TMC 2209s on it. The only thing that I could possibly wish from this thing, and I didn't look yet, is that I could have individual Z drivers. I would very much like to not have to deal with the axis getting off kilter. I'd like it to individually home both of the Z's. Yeah, aside from that, I mean, we got food in the house. Probably could do a shopping. I don't know when it's gonna start snowing. I'll look at a forecast in a minute here. I don't want to dox my location with the forecast. All right, so here's the deal. I'm gonna spill the beans for everybody. The secret plans that are going on in back rooms of the Streamerverse. I am sick and tired. I mean, I love it to death, right? I love the setup to death, but Flatulent Gonad, who occasionally streams, has a set of pedals. My beans! No! What have you done to my beans? Oh! No, Flatulent Gonad was like yelling at me last night. I mean, like just yelling, and I was crying, like tears streaming down my face, and he just got louder and louder yelling at me. No, actually what's going on is it's Friday night. Okay. No, Flatulent Gonad has a set of wooden pedals, and they're getting more and more manky as time goes on. They're starting to really deteriorate in his setup. And as little as I'd like to ship stuff to England, I think the cheap, super duper sale Fanatic pedals could use a good home, and so I'm sending them to him. I'm sending him the pedals to do with whatever he wants. He could attach them to blocks of wood for all Why is this so bright? Hold on, what the fuck is going on here? Wow, that's killing me. Hold on, I need to, yeah, I got my hair cut. I got all of my hair cut, except for my body hair. I think he'll do good stuff with them, if not make them expressly ghetto. But I really want to make sure that they go to a good home. So I'm gonna pack up some of this stuff. I'm taking the load cell. That's right, we still have the haircut command. That's a pandemic haircut command. Why did I have, so we had this little prepackaged like soups, and the one I had before stream was gumbo, and it's like a little spicy. So now my entire digestional tract from top to bottom is spicy. I'm suffering. Chat, I'm suffering. Life is pain. Anyway, what was I gonna do on the computer? Oh yeah, I need to set up the, let's set up another one of these things. I meant to sit down and actually do this last night, and I kept being like, I think I'm forgetting about something. What I need to do is do this again. We'll just do this. I mean, hey, you know, I'll start a little later today just because I gotta do this. I gotta re-up all my cam settings. We'll just hang out. But then I gotta clean up the desk. This is why I don't have a lot of Nightbot commands, because people tend to, I've been in IRCs that have just become all bot commands. So this would be focus, prime, and then we're gonna make it do what? Yeah, see, that doesn't have anything on it. Auto. Webcam, and this one is the Brio. -5. Gain prime. Gain prime, manual set 0. Gain prime, Brio. Gain, manual 0. Delete. White balance. Webcam, Brio, property. Can I copy the whole action and just do that? Well, I'll just do this way. White balance, manual, and then where are we setting that? 4300. This one, oh, that sets it auto, just to get it ready for the actual adjustment. So auto. Delete. Delay. Oh, I didn't do that on the other one. Yeah, so we'll put a webcam setting in there, and then backlight off. Webcam, Brio, property, backlight comp, manual set, 0. Can I not? 0, there we go. So I did here, manual 0, yeah. Delete. Max FPS bar rater. So then we've got that, and we got one of these. Oops. I think I can just, I wonder if I could just copy the other action and then change the camera setup. That might be. Sorry, Hootser, Fadden on ruined that for you. Focus, Brio, property, focus. Focus I have on 10, manual set on 10. Manual 10, there we go. Do that. This one is exposure. Auto exposure, because it's the arm cam. Exposure, Brio. I am gonna have to use the bathroom again in just a minute here. Like, as soon as you start doing stuff, your whole digestive tract decides to take control. It's like, I won't let you tell me what to do. And it's like, please don't do this right now. But it does what it wants. Gain we're setting to 5. Gain, Brio, gain, manual, all the way down to 5. 5. There we go. I don't need this one. Finally, white balance. This is an important one. White bow. And that one's 43. I have it 4488, but I'm going to set it to 4300. So white balance, Brio, properties, white balance, manual, 2, 3, 42, 43. 4357, that's good enough. And then delete this. Okay, so now I should be able to go and hit arm adjust, arm procedure. There we go. There's all my settings in there, and we've got max video speed. All right. I got 2 more of those to do, so I might do them now. I probably should do them before I forget, because I need to. So, and then I need to finish cleaning up the desk so that I got space. We'll pack up the stuff for Gonad. You should. I hope this is cheap to send, because I really got to break this stuff down. I got to break it down so that I can ship it as flat as possible. I've got a little box for everything. Oops. It's rather large, so... Wait. Oh, the microscope isn't... Yeah, microscope properties. Deactivate and reactivate it. There we go. So yeah, let's do the microscope priming. Thank you. I got them all cut. Micro procedure. So we need to find which one of these is which. And also, wait, the face procedure, I think I forgot the backlight off. Yeah, so let's just fix that real quick. That one in there. Webcam is the... Oh boy, where is it? Yeah, it's this one. Property. Backlight comp. Manual. 0. Ouch, that was a terrible burp. I've had too much spicy food. I dug my own grave on this one. It was a bad scene. Oops, what did I just do? Did I rearrange stuff? I think I did, yeah. Webcam selected, webcam selected, webcam selected, etc. FPS max, get face cam. Yeah, see, this is the one that I'd have to change if I copied all the actions, which is not that big of a deal, but... Or I could just continue to do it the way that I was. The scope isn't showing up, so I gotta restart this. Quit Stream Deck, quit. Start it up again. As I don't really do friends on Twitch. I don't know who's requesting a friend thing here, but all right. And then I go to setup, and then hopefully now for the microscope procedure, let's drag in one of the new actions here with the updated cam control. Webcam. C920, C920. So that we got to do it by ID. So let's take a look at the ID. Seizure procedure. All right, face procedure. That's a Dragon Ball Z abridged reference. F1 said 6DF. Why did I get a haircut? What are you talking about, man? Dude, my hair was below my glasses. It was like whipping in my face and shit. I forgot the numbers that I meant to memorize. F1 said. So we're choosing the one that's not F1 said. So F1 said, so it's the second one on the list. It's 66. It's still a pandemic. Oh, dude, oh my God. I'm not doing the radio host thing right now because I actually have to like update all the settings on my webcam so that my whole setup is actually usable. Yeah, it's a pandemic right now. Otherwise I'd be talking about this. The haircut place I was the youngest person there by at least 25 years, right? I was the youngest person by at least 25 years, and I'm not young. Nobody was wearing a mask. Not a single person. Not a single person was wearing a mask there, and I've got my mask on. And he's like, you know, if you're triple vaccinated, you don't need to wear a mask in here. I'm like, dude, I don't want to get a cold. I don't want to give you a cold, old man. Like, you'll die if just like one single like snuffly nose germ hits you. It'll knock you, it'll blow you into the wall, and you'll make a dent in the wall, and that'll be it for you, right? You'll do the anime like cough blood, and then die. Yeah, it's like, dude, this guy's good at cutting hair. I want to keep him alive for a little while, right? But like, nobody in the haircut place is fucking wearing a mask. It's like, what are you guys doing? You have clients coming in and out of here constantly. I know they're doing appointments only because of COVID, but like, that's still a flow of people coming in and out of your shop that you don't know, and nobody's fucking wearing a mask. I held the mask up during the haircut, and then I got home and did the beard. But yeah, it's like, what are you guys doing? I think my beard's still a little uneven. Yeah, it's a little uneven. I think this side is a little too floofy. Yesterday it was all like pressed down from the mask, and like I tried to comb it down, but my hair generally does whatever the hell it wants to, and then I have a bit of like my hairstyle is just locked. It doesn't, that's it, you know? It could look a little bit more neat, it could look a little bit more frizzed, but whatever it ends up, so this is the shower the day after the haircut, which means, you know, from here is where I should probably trim, so. I looked a little bit like Big Money Salvia with his you know, ridiculous beard grown out after the haircut. The short hair on top emphasized how bushy the beard had gotten. Listen, beards are a lot of maintenance if you don't want them to look like, you know, a complete mess, like a homeless person, crazy beard mess. You actually have to go through and, you know, trim it back and make sure to shape it properly in the mornings and stuff. It's a lot of maintenance. It's not as much as having to shave every day, but still. I have to poop in a little while. Soon, little while. I don't know. Maybe I can force the issue with a bit of Red Bull. I can feel my guts processing stuff. And if you think that's TMI, you should go watch Roboz for a little while. We got the arm procedure. Let's do the micro procedure. Procedure. So I'm probably doing this the hard way. I could probably just cut and paste a lot of this stuff from thing to thing. I just don't feel like updating the HTML actions, because I don't remember what I called stuff, and I'd have to open up Node-RED to figure out what the HTML calls are supposed to be. So all of these need to be webcam 66. This is really good. This is amazing, actually. This is how the system is differentiating between these webcams so that I can have multiple of the same type of webcam and still do the automatic procedures on them. Very useful. Red Bull gives you more than just wings. Yeah, a little jet propulsion. Twitch gave me an animated emote slot. Hey, there you go. Yeah, wearing a mask when you have just like any old like little communicable disease would be illness would be great. Because I mean, goddamn, like I didn't get a cold this year. I didn't get a cold last year either. Something about that, right? Focus prime. Focus. Oops. Set that to focus. Set that to automatic. That's fine. Delete the old one. Exposure prime. Oh man, -5. Delete. Gain prime. Oop, up. Ah, I hit caps lock. God, there's a useless key on the keyboard. Caps lock? What are we still doing with caps lock? The only time I ever used caps lock was when I was actually making, what do you call it? When I was doing CAD drawings of like architectural CAD, they use all caps because, I don't know, construction workers are unable to read lowercase, I guess, I don't know. But they use all caps for everything, right? In that kind of thing. And that's like an old world kind of thing. There is no, that you kind of look like Lucas. I actually get Obi-Wan Kenobi a lot, which I'm okay with. If I could lose a little bit of weight, I'm like fat Obi-Wan Kenobi. If Obi-Wan Kenobi was a thumb. Anyway, yeah, so, oh, muted. Anyway, so, caps lock. We don't need it on a keyboard anymore. And it's a toggle. It's so weird. It needs to be completely thrown away. We need like a new key and it can do whatever you want. It can be your push to talk key, you know? Maybe it's set it up as a toggle push to talk. It's like right there. It would be perfect. Obi Bonbon Kenobi. I don't eat bonbons, all right? I actually am pretty good with carbs. Aside from just like, you know, every now and then just having a bunch of crackers at night with habanero sauce that I make that I completely regret the next day. Yeah, I'm railing against the caps lock key. It's stupid. We don't need it. We shouldn't have it. It shouldn't exist. What are you doing with caps lock? Why would you do anything with caps lock? There's no purpose to caps lock. Yeah, I'll hold shift. My pinky finger can kill you. It's that strong. I hold up 12 grocery bags on just this thing. I once snapped a guy's neck in half with my pinky. Just broke his spine, shattered his bones into dust. Gain prime. Gain. What am I setting it to? Manual 0. delete that. We got exposure, right? Yeah, manual 5. White balance. Automatic. This is just to set it up so that you toggle the webcam into the mode where it remembers the set, or where it can actually have control over the settings, and then it'll eventually yell at people on the internet with caps lock. I mean, if you having it there, I mean, it's a viable key space. It's the spot for it is really good. It's right where you're, you know, it's right in your home row. So like, what? I don't know. You gotta do something with it. Prime, white balance, manual, or no, automatic. Just goes automatic. White balance, automatic. Delete this. All right, backlight. Backlight off. Number 66. Order 66. Backlight compensation. Manual. Off. Delete.
Why do you think I don't argue with you?
All right, now for these.
You're afraid of me. You're afraid of me. You're afraid of me. You're afraid of me.
Missed that. Just put that there. Parking them there so that I can get the settings. So focus. 66. Wait, this is the... What's that thing? I don't know. I don't need to control focus. Yeah, it's just setting it to automatic. Oh wait, no, what is it setting it to? 130. That doesn't matter. There's no focus, there's no motor on this. I guess putting it in manual means it's not gonna continue to try to move it around. Yeah, Metronomic is doing some like deep trippy tunes. Focus. Manual. We'll just leave it where it is. Delete this one. Webcam 66. Exposure. This is an important one. This one needs to be manually set to... Oh, I guess we're keeping it at -5. Okay. I've done it at -6 before, but we'll just do -5 for now. I may not have set these because they never worked. So we might have to play with it a little bit. The camera setup is epic and haunted. Gain. Manual 60. It's weird the way Stream Deck doesn't update the plugins. It leaves the old ones in there, even though it doesn't have that software to access anymore. I guess it does, but that software can't see the webcams at all now. It's the new one. Make it a function key that makes any key toggleable. Then you can go more easily. You just toggle A and wait. Yeah, it's like a big key. Put a push to talk there. Make it F16. F16, and it'll put a little fighter jet emoji down every time you hit it. Like a programmable key would be a good one there, yeah. Oh, this is cool. I like this part of the mix. Gain 60. I like songs like this. I like it. I like it a lot. 4,300. White balance. 66. Hello? There it is. 66. White balance. Manual. 4,300. I would love it if I could actually just type in the value, but I have this weird scaled bar. I guess it doesn't matter that much, but man, you know? It's actually the computer power button. the new caps lock. You hit it and your computer goes into like a sleep state. That happened when we were working on the streaming computer. I wanted to put LEDs in there, and make it like a chat controllable LED computer thing. And so I decided to install it live, which shouldn't have been that much of a problem, right? Because you put the lights in and then you wire it up and you just plug it into the power supply. That didn't work out so much. It turns out one of the major handhold locations on the NXZT case that I have is exactly where the power button is. In addition to that, apparently some of the connections in there are so unstable that as I was fishing around to move stuff around, it would reboot the computer. And so we had a starting and stopping stream quite effectively for a little while there. That was a long time ago, but it was nuts. It was funny, but I'm sure it was pretty frustrating for some people. Really? Okay, so now I can hit my micro procedure. We actually have a primed camera. Now, I'm gonna close the manual thing a little bit, and then I'm gonna play with the settings here to figure out where they should be. So go into my microscope properties, go to configure video, and then we're gonna take a look at the camera control here. Low light compensation is still on. I guess I can't really control that. Focus is on auto. What's going on there? It should not be on auto. Yeah, it's like some of the settings didn't go through, or maybe they're just not showing up in this window. Gain is at 57. Maybe like 160 for gain. That's pretty good. Does our video work? Yeah, our video works at least. Does that look orange? Suitably orange. It's a little washed out when I put it down there. No, nothing is manual at this point. Let me check that out. Camera control. Yeah, nothing is manual except focus is on manual. So 150 for the gain. Let's do that. Now focus should be on manual, and it should be here. It should be set really low. It just needs to, you know, I don't know, it'll try to move the motor. It'll set off the like transistor that's supposed to send power to the motor, and then nothing will happen. And then it'll be fine because it'll be on manual and not automatic. For some reason that didn't go through. Maybe I need another delay after max FPS. That's probably actually what I need to do. If it's missing that setting, then yeah. So I'll put that into all the action buttons actually now. After FPS max. So we need these little delays in order to keep things, you know, to make sure that various things can actually like sink in before it moves on. There you go. All that leaves is the burn the subs procedure that I need to reprogram. I'm gonna do that now so I don't forget. I'll get rid of start soon. At least you won't have that going. Technically the stream has started, but people will be like, if your stream hasn't started, why do you start stream? Start. It's like, all right, who let that sink in? I don't know. All right, let's get this thing here. Probably should have a delay up here too. After this, yeah, I should do. We'll do another delay in there. That means the procedure is going to take a longer amount of time, but not, it's 10 milliseconds. But every time I do a bar rate or API call, it should probably wait for that to actually happen. And I'm probably going to have to use the bathroom again before we start. I'm having a hell of a time, chat. It's one of those mornings. I'm trying to force the issue with a little bit of caffeine and whatever, taurine. Okay, there's the delays. So we got more delays in all these. Let's go back to burn the subs procedure. So we got to go through all these. What, have a pot of coffee that's like way too strong? That's generally my experience with engineers. That's how they work on stuff. You just get a big pot of coffee. All right, let me concentrate on this for a minute. This is important. This is why these right here are why I am able to be absent-minded and also still stream and give you guys high quality visuals while I do so. These are kind of really important. These are all the automated things that I do in order to get simple, cheap Logitech webcams in order to function properly. I still have my MQTT plugin installed. Yeah, that's right. This is your, wait, no, API Ninja. Which one am I using? Or, oh, it's over here? Yeah. The MQTT on-off switch. I'm not using it for anything, though. It's still installed because I'm lazy. I think it was a good plugin, right? I don't remember. There might have been something that kept it from functioning. This is what we're doing right now is need to update it on GitHub. It does more now. Yeah, man, do it. I don't think I'm gonna. I don't need it for anything. Instead of MQTT, I'm using BarRaider to send an API call to Node-RED, and then Node-RED does everything from there. Because I'm using Node-RED anyway, so that when I flip to the spring arm view, this light turns on, and then when I flip back to my face, that light turns off, so you guys don't have to look at a light. It works really well. It works really well, actually. So I would like to do more stuff with Node-RED. I can't do this stuff with Node-RED, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would love for this just to be a singular API call, and then everything else is in the Node-RED flow. And then I can actually edit text blocks in order to change the values that are present in the... I can't do that. I have to use the BarRaider API, or the BarRaider webcam control, which means I need these giant multi-actions with delays in there so that everything can get their settings and, I don't know, chew on it for a minute so that it gets it all correct. Can't really pop my collar up, can I, on the button-down shirts? That's a little better. All right. Focus prime. Focus prime means set it to auto. Focus prime, our webcam is now the C922 Pro, which is the one over there, because that's all that was available for me to buy. Did somebody buy that for me? I don't think so. The Brio, the $500 fucking Brio, was sent to me by a viewer that is kind of amazing. Holy shit. C922 Pro automatic focus. Sorry, I have a lot of stuff on my mind right now that I need to I need to finish this before I forget. Yeah, it actually has a USB-C port, which is really nice because that means I got two USB-Cs over there. What haircut? I didn't get a haircut. Oh, my lies. My lies triggered a burp. Okay. Exposure prime. What the hell? Why do you keep... Exposure prime. Webcam 922 Pro. Properties. Exposure. Let's get paid in exposure. Manual to -5. -5. Delete. That was Wexo, by the way, that sent in that thing. So you guys see Wexo be like, yo, gain prime. C922 Pro. Gain. What are we setting gain prime to? 0. The gain prime is what actually tells me that the webcam settings are going through. When I prime everything, I set the visuals to be bad, and then okay, I know it's working. Otherwise, because there's stuff that happens where it like doesn't work. You must suck at poker. I'm actually pretty good at poker. Little unbeknownst. No, that was the wrong. I just primed the. Oh, I just primed the microscope. I hit the wrong button. I was in the wrong scene. Unbeknownst to people that I play poker with, or have played poker with in the past, I'm actually pretty good at poker. I just don't remember any of the hands. I had a night where I was in college. One of my roommates, who actually was in stream the other day, but we were picking up his car down in Dallas, and so we ended up hanging out with his friends, and they were having a poker night. And so I'm like, I don't really know the hands. Like, what is this? Like, we all paid in and got our chips and everything. They made a little cheat sheet card for me to know what the hands were. And I ended up being one of 2 people left with chips, and we decided to just deal out and just see whoever won. And his friend ended up winning the whole hand and taking all the money. But I thought it was funny that I was able to get very much to the end of the game. Let's see here. We were doing the setup, BTS. We were down with the sickness. Gain prime, delete. Gain prime here. Gain. Manual. Ah, what happened there? Manual. Down to 0. That's my indicator. This one, white bal. Prime. Webcam. C922. Property. That would be white balance. And we were setting it to probably auto. Yeah. White balance to auto. Okay. That means that everything's ready to be set. So then we come in here and we turn off the backlight. Bring that up here. This is where I'd also turn off the low light compensation, but apparently can't do that. So anyway, this is a backlight off. These tools are a little bit of a mess. They don't quite carry all the features that I'd like them to. Oh, there is a low light compensation. We should add that. Backlight compensation, manual set to 0. Let's get low light in there. Come on. I've got like blocks of things that happen here. So this one is low light off. C922, low light compensation, manual. Property not supported on webcam. All right, copy that. Let's just go into the other ones and see. Face procedure, and this would be backlight off. Let's paste, and then this one is this webcam, low light compensation, manual, not supported. Like hell, it's not. All right, delete. Whatever, fine. So I guess low light is not a thing. All right, back to the burn the subs procedure. Low light off is a delete. Max FPS, and then we go in here and we go to here, and I need to just pull these over like that. Focus. C922. Focus. Manual 50. That one, of course, is controlled by the Stream Deck. Because of these bar rater things, you can have it add and subtract from focus. It's really cool. Close Encounters. Oh, damn it. I used to know the Close Encounters song because we'd use it to test stuff. We use it to test like audio and stuff. We had that in there in various different pieces of lab equipment. Focus at 50. Delete. Exposure. -6. C922. Exposure. Manual. -6. Delete. This is just like an algorithm that I'm going through right now. Gain, manual, 34. Gain. C922. Gain. Manual. Was it 24? Double check. 34. Yeah, that's why I double check. 34. Here we go. Delete.
I forgot what it felt like to be up at 4.
Metronomic.
There's like this uncanny valley for like
White bale.
an hour or two.
C922.
Some people are going to sleep. On the
White
West Coast,
balance.
on the East Coast. And then the people
Setting
in
it
the EU are
to
waking up.
39, 30, 30,
Before I go to work.
40. It should be 4,300. I don't know why 3393
But,
is on there. Well, we'll do 3393 then. I'll just set it to where it was.
nevertheless,
Manual.
I do have to sleep.
Here we go. Right back to where it was. I'll trust my past self to know what they're doing.
I said I was gonna get off like an hour.
All right. So that's the burn the subs camera. Multi-action is now set up. So if I go BTS procedure, we flip over to here,
It's just beer.
everything goes wonky,
It's getting
and then we
started
come
in
back.
Vegas.
And that should be changing the FPS so that we get our maximum good FPS. And then I can go back and I can focus it with the other bar
James
rater
Clyde
stuff.
here?
Oh wait.
That's a name I haven't seen in a
Oh,
while.
I need to reprogram those.
You probably feel
Haha,
something
we
about
found a problem. These buttons don't work no more. Or do they?
Dirch, haven't seen you in a while too. Miss Tinamite.
They do work. Wait, why did those update and the other ones, my multi-actions didn't? Hold on. If I go to the face cam. Face cam's in setup. Yeah, it does work. Okay, so these should work. So that means that if I go to the arm, yeah, that one works too. So if I go
You
to
lived in Vegas, Paul. I thought you lived somewhere else for some reason.
burn the subs, I'm doing the procedure right now. It'll set the focus to be weird. And then I go back and I go to BTS focus. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, it does work. Yeah, we're gonna be working on that thing that we're looking at right now, that little laser holder.
Medical related?
We're gonna redesign it. I'm gonna redesign it in Fusion. But first, I gotta clean my desk off a little bit because I barely have room to work. I just wanted to do all of those camera procedures and get them into Stream Deck so that I can automatically set up all my stuff. All right, let's get Metro out of here. Actually, no, we'll keep Metro for a little bit. We're gonna keep him on. He's not muted right now. He's just talking. Keep him on for a little bit because I need to just like clean the desk off. I need to get all the pedal stuff out of the way. By the way, I have purchased an entire pedal cluster, and it is of the style that I'm used to. It's actually BMW parts. It wasn't too expensive, all things considered, and it's complete. It's all 3 pedals. It is a clutch pedal, a brake pedal, and a gas pedal. Now, the gas pedal, or sorry, the brake pedal in my car kind of squishes down a lot, and I don't know if I'll be able to emulate that. Because like this should squish down. This should allow me to get a squish down on a brake pedal. So I need to get the squish down, and then we need to get the load cell involved in that. That's gonna be kind of the challenge of Saturday if I get my parts tomorrow. They say they're gonna deliver on Friday, but it's gonna snow. I really hope I get those parts tomorrow because my whole streaming schedule is gonna get fucked up if I don't. And then at some point, the parts that Twisted Sisters is sending for the 3D printer are gonna come in. And then I need to like, basically we need to do a whole maintenance. We're probably gonna do like a week and a half of maintenance on the 3D printer to try to get it back up and running at its best. And I'll put it in a tent so that the cold air coming in from the window doesn't affect it. And so that I can get kind of a universal temperature going in there so that PETG and those translucent ones can print more prettier. That'll be kind of cool. What series? They're 330. I looked for 330i pedals and they claim they're N pedals, but it does look like some of them are plastic. So I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm super excited about it, Genesis Waffle. I am really excited about getting real pedals into my setup. I wanted to like mount them in the desk permanently, but maybe we'll save that for the new desk when I do the butcher block. But we'll set up the chair clip, that thing right there, and I'll have to do something that hangs the pedals up top, and then we'll have to get the feel right. They gotta feel right. And I got one squishy thing. Maybe we can get this to work with everything else with a minimal amount of 3D printing. But yeah, and then I need to win the senior rally. I need to win one more junior rally, and I need to win the senior rally in my summer car. And we need to help Joko, or Joe, I think it's Joko. I've been calling him Josuke, or Jacose, I've called him sometimes because it irritates Jacose. Pekka, yeah, we need to help him move his house. So I don't think he's called, hold on. Yeah, it's Joko. Joke. Jouko. Joko, Joke, aka the drunk guy. The drunk man is the person, player at night, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. I don't call him Pekka. No, he's Josuke. Or Joko. I like calling him Jacose though, because Jacose gets angry at that. Anyway, we gotta help him move. We need to deliver firewood. We got like chores to do, and I have a rally. I gotta win one more junior rally, and then we can do the senior rally and win it. So we're not done with my summer car yet, unfortunately. I'm actually very close to finishing everything that I need to do in my summer car, though. The only thing left after that is murder. We have to do a murder. I need to set up the car for highway driving. We need to do a murder. All right. Pop, 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 pop. What was I gonna do? Right. So new pedals, right? I'm gonna have to poop in just a minute here. I can. It's coming on. I'm gonna have to go poop in just a second here. All that work that we did to the Fnatic pedals, I need to transfer the unique stuff, the load cell, out of here, right? And get it ready to go in the new thing. And then, you know, after all that's said and done, I've just got a set of pedals sitting around. So I don't want these pedals to just sit around. They need to have a purpose. So I'm gonna ship them to England. I'm gonna ship them to Flatulent Gonad. I've decided this, and it's actually probably against Flatulent Gonad's will, to have pedals shipped to him, because he's got these manky wooden pedals. Yeah, he's got these manky wooden pedals that are starting to actually degrade as he's been using them, because carbon foam is not that great at being like a hinge. He's using like piano hinges and wood, and I love his setup, but it seems very frustrating to me. So I want to send him these things, because all he needs to do is put like a platen down and then put a couple bolts through it. Now I'm gonna send him the actual pad, the whole big plastic pad. And the best way, because man, the shippers are fucking us all in terms of financial burden, right? The shippers really are getting all of our goddamn money. So what I'm gonna do is remove all the stuff from the pedals so they flat pack, so I can get them as flat and small as possible and ship it off to him with a bunch of bolts attached to it. So we gotta organize this a little bit. I gotta get the parts separated that we need to send to Gonad, and then we'll get laser stuff out and we'll start doing Fusion 360. How's that sound, everybody? So I'm gonna leave the music on while we're arranging this stuff, and then we'll get to business. I don't know what value these potentiometers are, and I'm gonna have to probably figure out a way to do, oh God, how am I gonna do that? That's not gonna be a short project, is it? Figuring out how to do the right potentiometers for the pedal travel on the real pedals. I mean, I could do Hall effect sensors, but that would mean I need to reprogram that thing. Maybe that's the way I do it though. Maybe we just do Hall effect sensors. That's probably the smart way to do it, huh? I need to find a 3-pin Hall effect that you know, has a decent distance on it. The rolling rack, yeah. Brett Ultimates is charging up for his next phase of D&D. I'm excited about that. All right, let's get to work, chat. Let's get to work. We got work to do. Toss all of the 80-20 stuff in here. We're not done with the 80-20 stuff, though. We gotta get back to that. Got a lot of stuff to do. Got a lot of stuff to do, chat. This is gonna get crazy. It's gonna get crazy. I still don't have much use for these things, these little offset blocks. Those are supposed to allow you to mount like a plate to the 80-20 rails, not the 20-20, the 80-20. And the other thing that I need to improve is the way. Oh my God, that was the fire. That was pure fire. Oh my God, what have I done to my freaking cell? I should have just had milk for lunch or something. Ugh. Okay, anyway. I need to figure out a way to quickly mount the pedals, the pedal frame, to my chair, because I'm gonna put the control bin, the control box on the pedals. I'll probably put them closer, like right side up, but closer to where your legs are. And then I've also got that what is that thing? Parking brake or whatever. I've got the parking brake pole that I can also incorporate into stuff. And that can be the final analog axis that gets transmitted. I can do the parking brake. I could put a button on it if I wanted to, or a button on the shifter. I really want to finish printing out that manual shifter. That's what killed my printer. It just wrecked it. So once we do all of those printer improvements, maybe I can actually get through the 24-hour print like a real boy. All right, so we're sending Gonad as much hardware as we can feasibly comprehend him needing. But since it is going overseas, it's gonna be just criminally expensive for me to send him this package. I don't have like a shipping account or like a shipping deal like some places. I can't just like internationally chuck stuff all around the planet. That's been tough. I mean, I've had people contact me wanting to send me some like really cool stuff to take apart, and I would love it. I would love this really cool stuff to take apart, but I'm like, please, 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 be careful of shipping. It will get expensive. It'll get prohibitively expensive, and it's actually a couple people have not shipped me things because it's too expensive, which I fully understand. Also, this song is awesome. I mean, yeah, if I had a racing seat, but this is my office chair, and I don't want to permanently attach a control box to my office chair. I'm gonna cough. Like I don't want the control box to be permanently mounted to the office chair. The office chair has it's like a collar clamp, and then I've machined it so that it would fit onto the 8020. And actually, it's been damaging the anodization on the 8020. So what I've done is I put a too tall 8020 on that, and then I have a little angle bracket with some bolts under it that I don't think I'm gonna get to very easily. So I don't know if that's the best idea. Maybe I should invert that. Maybe I should lift the back of the chair thing, and yeah, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll invert it. That's probably where the smart money is. Just invert it, and that way I can hold the thing up and do the little locking collars, the little twist lock things, and that'll hold the pedals. So we need enough to mount all 4 of these pedals. So that's 4, 8, 12. 12, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and then 3. I'm not gonna keep these, I'll send them over. I just wanted to make sure that the 4 bolts that hold each pedal to the base are present. And I think they gave 4 extras, so there's 1 still at large. One of these is still somewhere, and I don't know where. Looking around. It might still be in here, which is now completely covered with stuff. Hold on, let me just look from underneath the bin, see if I can see it. Ah! Look underneath the bin. I don't think I see it. No, I don't see it. I don't see it nowhere. Yeah, things are like detecting motion and stuff. There's like a commotion going on around the house. So I have the sensors. Yeah, I mean, the chair would probably be a good place to mount something like that, but that would mean that I'd have to plug it in and unplug it. I don't know. No, I think having it like a permanent part of my chair, probably not a great idea. Having it bolt in, better. Okay, control box I'm keeping. Coderushed, hey, how's it going? Party of 7, how you doing? We're gonna get to Fusion 360 in just a minute here. I am getting ready to send these to Flatulent Gonad. I have decided, against Flatulent Gonad's will, he has no say in the matter, that I'm sending these to him because his manky wooden pedals, as much as I love them, are too much of a hassle, and I would rather see him with some actual gear that he can use. Now, what he does with these in the end is up to him. That's completely up to him. He can do whatever the hell he wants to these things. I'm gonna take my load cell back and I'll send the actual potentiometer to him, but he'll have to figure it out from there. These are okay. They're okay. They don't quite feel like regular. He'll put screens on them, yeah. They don't feel like regular like pedals to me. I mean, they're okay. They have enough control authority over what I'm using. But the clutch pedal doesn't feel right. I don't like that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna send these to Gonad, and what I've done is I've purchased on eBay a pedal cluster from a 330i that happened to also be an M3, but I doubt it. I don't think they're all metal, but we're gonna mount those real pedals, and then it'll feel much more like an actual car to me. And I think I'll have a much better time of it. So these have little plastic snaps to release all this stuff. So what I'm gonna do is take the bolt out of the front, and then we'll take this one out. I need to undo the snaps for that, and then I can just get all the hardware together, and it'll be smaller than these, and I can actually ship them out to Gonad without getting raked over the coals by fucking shipping enterprises. I need this. That's a big hex key. Yeah, this is very vaporwave. I'm liking it. Larger. I still want to put in that plugin that, or the mod that Cannibal made. Cannibal Jeebus. He made a plugin for my summer car that where it tells you if the bolt is larger or smaller. That should be an addition to the game, just the base game, because when you're working on stuff, that's how you do it. You take one and you try it out and you go, oh, it's larger than that. And so you know which direction to go in. That's something that you can do in real life. So it should be a thing in the game. Save you time. This is good. I like this. Yeah, if I can fold that completely flat, I think that'll pack better. And then down here, I've actually got the hardware that's missing from the brake pedal, which is this. Where'd the potentiometer go? Oh boy. Gonad! I don't think I have a potentiometer to send you. What happened to it? Or a gear on said potentiometer. Oh boy. I think he might convert it to Hall effect sensors, but I guess that's prime for conversion. I don't have it. I don't know what happened to it. I don't know what happened to it. I'm sorry. Oh no. Oh no. Nah, I don't got nothing. All right. 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 I'll probably find it as soon as I send the rest of this out. But anyway, let's get to disassembling these things so that I can pack them up tight. Yeah, these will just collect dust here, so I think Gonad will appreciate these. I hope he will anyway. But I didn't exactly, you know, I just insisted on sending them. I didn't actually like force. I wasn't like, I'm gonna send this to you regardless of what you say. There's a way to pry these off. It's just tough to do. Yeah. Oh yeah. So that was the past like 2 years on the stream. We've been working on, and we finished this a little while ago, but I have a Mercedes S-Class steering wheel on a 2 horsepower Mitsubishi Mel servo with an E46, sequential shifter on it. Now I want to print out a gated shifter for this thing, but that clips to the side of my desk, and then the pedals use this frame right here to clip to my office chair, and then I can lock the wheels on the office chair and have pedals. And so those are coupled with the post of the office chair, so that when I do hard braking, it doesn't like push me backwards. But yeah, I don't have space for like a full sim setup, so I too just have, you know, a weirdo setup. How do these calibrate their position? Oh well, guess they're out of calibration now. So if I can peel that off, I guess I could do that. I'm missing the bolts for this. Gonad will just have to do. He'll just have to do with whatever I send him. He'll have to make do. Unless that big collar bolt is in here somewhere. That's not it. That's the wrong one. Have to dig out the hardware from everywhere. Yeah, I still have Veteranobicon because we haven't actually technically started yet. I'm getting these ready to pack up and send to Flatulent Gonad. Maybe I won't disassemble it more than this. I can't get into here. He'll have to figure that one out. And these just snap off. It's just a snap-on cover. We've removed them before, but they're just obnoxious. So, all right, let's free this thing. I'm breaking them down so that they actually fit in the package smaller. Because I don't want to spend $1,000 fucking dollars to ship this off to England, the Cotswolds. I don't know where in England he's from. Nor will I tell you guys. I'll have to figure out which one of these is which. Clutch, brake, and gas, huh? Snap on? No, I'm shipping it. So what I'm doing, Groovy, is I bought a pedal cluster. You know this. I bought a pedal cluster from eBay. That's a 330i, apparently M pedal cluster. And I'm kind of annoyed that Gonad is using these manky wooden pedals that are breaking. They're currently disintegrating on him. And he's insistent on keeping them going. I'm sending him these guys. The flatulent Gonad. Where do you ship them from? Philly. That's all you get. You get Philadelphia, and you'll like it. I don't know where all the hardware went for these things, but yeah, like, I mean, it's a natural place to send them, right? I send him the flatulent Gonad, and then his setup, maybe he could improve it a little bit. He can maybe improve it a little bit. Now, I hate to take that little personality away from. He likes his wooden pedals. I know, he really likes them, but he can deal with the plastic. He can throw these away when I send them to him. That's totally up to him. He doesn't have to do anything with these. But I'm sending these anyway, because I don't want them around here, and I think they would benefit him greatly. Now, he doesn't get the load cell. That's one thing he does not get. He can get his own load cell if he wants. And you know, if he feels like keeping his pedals going, his wooden pedals going, that's more power to him, because that is like a unique part of his setup, and I like them a lot. I just figure I have these around here, and I don't have anything to do with them, so they're just gonna collect dust. Are you upgrading? Yeah, it's the fifth time. I bought a set of pedals off of eBay. They claim they're M pedals. I bought a whole pedal cluster. It's all 3 pedals from what they said it was a 330i, but anyway, it matches my 528xi, my 1999 528xi. They look exactly like my pedals. And I'm pretty excited about that. They should get here tomorrow. So if they were actually Amish crafted, they wouldn't break. Yeah, they would be oiled and you know, look really good. Yeah, it's true. Those dudes take their woodworking very seriously. Holy shit, how did I tighten these? Jesus Christ. All right, there's like a dance party going on in this house right now. I keep getting motion alerts on things. I need to put something against that nut, or else it's not gonna loosen. You could just do that. We'll have to figure out how to position the pedals and put sensors on them and stuff. I don't know how I'm going to be able to do that. Probably have to reprogram the LIN bus. Because if you guys don't know, some of you are in here and you've not seen the wheel before. The setup on the wheel is that Mercedes used something called the LIN bus in order to do all of the button communications on the wheel itself. And so I'm thinking like, well, I don't want to just like spend all this time implementing LIN bus for just the steering wheel buttons. So what I did is I converted all of the analog signals of all of the other accoutrements, the shifter and these pedals, into the digital realm. I turned them into LIN bus. No, I didn't see your seat fix. Oh yeah, I did. For the clunking, that's right. Does it not clunk anymore? Good. Yeah, those rebuild kits are a little bit. Hold on. Oh, there it is. It flew onto my lap. They're pretty clunky, aren't they? Those rebuild kits. They're not like universal, and so if a manufacturer uses anything unique, it just you're just shit out of luck. You got to make the universal kit fit somehow. Now you can buy an entire new piston, by the way. You can just buy a new piston, if it comes down to that. So it's come to this. But you jammed a heat shield as a shim? What are you doing? They're like $35 for a new chair piston. You get to wang on it with a hammer to get the old one off. Chairs go to space. Yeah, it's the whole gas cylinder piston thing you can just replace. Not the internals, you can replace the whole thing. But you got to get the legs off of there, so you need to get a dead blow hammer and put it up on like 2 boards or just like concrete or something, so that when you're wailing away at it with a hammer, it'll eventually let go. Because it's like a tapered fit, and it really gets wedged in there, especially on plastic legs. So like on my chair, I had to buy new legs too. I had to buy new legs and a new piston. It's all in the realm of possibility though. And it's cheap. I mean, the parts are not expensive. All right. Wait, that wasn't the right one. I gotta keep these things together. I wanna make sure that I'm sending Gonad all the right stuff back. Couldn't get mine off last time, it was really on there. A little PB blast, a little penetration oil, and I just had to wail on it for a long time. I don't think a gear puller or anything would work on that. It was literally just me just smashing with a hammer for like 10 minutes. But that penetrating oil is important because you want to undo all the friction in there. But yeah, it takes a bit. Like I was like gasping for air by the time I was done. I was really like doing a murder. Now I have another one of these. I'd like to find it. An air hammer. Oh, that might do it. I wouldn't guarantee, but guarantee. I don't think that part made it into this bin. Check the other bin. I have another bin with like large fasteners in it. Pyrocat! Got tossed here in a raid and all I keep hearing is random innuendo. I don't purposely do that. That's the second time I've gotten a comment about that. I don't think a hammer drill is gonna do you much good. I don't think that counts. I don't know. I don't know what the wiggle room, how much wiggle room there is in that. Yeah, we had that weirdo come in from Rabaz and like hammed it up a little too much. That was the other person that commented on everything being innuendo. No, that's not the right one. Is it? It is not. I wouldn't have put the hardware very far, right? I mean, it would have made it to a decent place for that kind of stuff. So I don't know where I could have put. Well, it's not in there. Tired old jokes. Tired old jokes. And there. I'm looking at my like random screw bins right now to see if I tossed any in there. I don't see them. I don't see them. Darn it. I was hoping that I could send him like the complete pedals, but whatever I did with the old hardware, I didn't expect to refurbish it completely and send it all back. So I put some of the stuff in a bin because I thought it would be useful at some point, but then the rest of it is just gone. It's just gone. So anyway, now I'll be able to collapse these down and get them into a shipping, get them into a package. I'll wrap them in bubble wrap or something, depending on what I can find, and get those over to the probably FedEx because it's a lot cheaper, and then they're gonna charge me $6 million in order to send this overseas. But here, let's make a little baggie of hardware out of a random baggie of hardware. I'll have to just send him a note that says good luck. Good luck. We'll have to go through the steps of recalibrating the pedal setup when we figure out what sensors I want to use. If the Hall effect is digital, that's going to change things a little bit too. I'll have to find a good Hall effect sensor for them. Yeah, he's going to have to find a shoulder bolt that goes to the cylinders over there. I don't know what happened to it. I don't think I have it. If I put it somewhere, it's still in that somewhere, and I don't know what to give him. Going at I spilled the beans about where I'm shipping these things. But I'm breaking them down right now so that I can collapse them more, so I can ship them out for cheaper. Because FedEx is gonna rake me over the coals to send these to, like, I don't know, wherever you are.
I don't see anyone to raid. I looked around.
The very southern tip of England.
So I'm gonna leave it there. It's good enough to leave it on.
So, yeah, the one thing about the brake pedal is that I don't have northeast. Okay, I'm not going any further than that. I'm just saying I'm sending them over to the.
Probably morning for most of you.
Sending these back from the colonies, you know.
Doesn't count.
Yeah, I'm still playing Metronomic because we're just finishing up the pre-stream area. I turned off. Man, you know, you change one thing about your setup and
I'll leave you all on this note.
everybody goes crazy. Yeah, we're still playing Metronomic over there just for a little bit of filler in the background. No, you do not have an alternate tab open. So anyway, Gonad, you should know I found the potentiometer block for the brake pedal, but I don't know what happened to the electronics inside of it, including the gear. I don't have the gear, I don't have the potentiometer. You'll have to figure it out. And then the back plate and the front plate here just snap on. I couldn't get behind it right now, but they snap on and they contain the hardware that, you know, contains the pedal. You're gonna need to find a bolt, a normal bolt or a shoulder bolt if you wanna put this back on. And then you can, yeah, it's like you could retrofit a Hall effect sensor inside of these or whatever. You'll have to figure out it'll be a fun game to play. Which spring goes to which pedal.
No, I would do it if it wasn't trans.
Which giant spring goes to which pedal. And then that's it. I mean, you know, these are on potentiometers if you really want to keep them or not. And then I'm gonna flat pack these as much as I can, and I'll ship them out with the base, and you'll get a nice little baggie of hardware this is a manky bag. This is like a really terrible bag. I'm sorry to have to send this to you, but it's just something that was on the desk. But that'll have all of most of the hardware on there, including all the bolts that hold these things down, plus 3. I can't find the 4th. There were 4 extras that came with the thing that were for bolting the base to something. So yeah, it's actually from these 2020 angle pieces.
You're the first person to say something about that.
Just send it in a plastic bag.
It is a new camera.
Sorry, too much talking going on at once. All right, we'll fade out Metronomic as much as I want to keep listening to this. The desk is pretty clean now, and we can actually get to our actual task at hand here. But yeah, what I was saying earlier, Gonad wasn't here. He's here now. I'll have to send some stuff back to returns. Don't worry about it. Listen, if we try to keep the books even, it's never going to balance, and it'll. I mean, I just appreciate that these things are going to be collecting dust, and your pedals are starting to disintegrate. And as much as I think it's totally like part of your brand to have wooden pedals to do the racing games on, I really would like to send you these, because otherwise they're going to collect dust here. And I don't want to. I want to give them away to a home where they're gonna be appreciated and used properly, right? So if you decide to just put them on a shelf, I'm okay with that. If you decide to just use the bolts on blocks of wood, I'm okay with that too. Whatever you want to do with them, that's up to you. I'm not going to participate in I'm just sending them to you. You can throw them in the garbage. But yeah, I'll send as much of them as I can, and hopefully they can improve your setup. But if you don't do anything with them, I'm okay with that. So, all right, anyway, what are we doing today? Well, I wanted to actually get to the laser thing. I wanted to get to the laser thing, to the hot end of the Burn the Subs project. So we had a couple things to figure out there just for a minute, but now we needed to get to actually designing something in 3 dimensions. We need to do a little CAD work. The CAD work that I want to do is not really going to involve actually bringing hardware over here. I'll need to measure a couple things. We'll need to make basically what equates to the laser diode carrier, And then what I'd like to do is model something around them. And that thing that I'm modeling around it is a water jacket. A water jacket! Because we took apart those little blocks, and those little blocks had fittings that were just press fit into them. So while I'm doing that, why don't I just design a 3D printed part that fits around the laser and acts as a water jacket? How am I going to do that? Well, it turns out previously we've modeled the entire hot end of the laser setup. So all we need to do is create solids with holes in it, and then I can plug those holes with a nipple. Got a comment in here earlier about everything I say is innuendo, and I really don't try. I'm not a pervert, chat. I'm not a filthy pervert. But anyway, since I'm caulking the nipples anyway, I'm putting caulk around the fittings anyway. I will just do that. And the thing is, I print in PETG, and I print hot. I extrude hot PETG. God damn it. Anyway, I print in PETG, which is soda bottle plastic, and it prints hot. And so the individual layers of PETG, as they're printing, coalesce, and they bond, and they create a watertight seal. A watertight seal that I trust. So if I print a translucent jacket around the laser diode, we'll be able to see water and bubbles inside of it. Kind of. And I think that's going to be pretty cool. And then I'll use caulk around. I'll just swing caulk around wherever I need it. Metal laser diode thing, and then seal it on the bottom and seal it on the top. The laser comes out of one end, wires go in the other, and if I ever need to work on it, I'll have to bust it out. That's just the way it is. Chat, you're not mature enough for this topic. Do you offer a how not to suck at Fusion class geared towards makers? Do I need to do Fusion Basics again, or do Fusion Basics? Because I do every now and then. I stop. Yeah, it's the new Twitch metas. Innuendo. Oh God. I don't want to get back to that level of college where everybody says your mom to everything. I hate that. It's not funny. Anyway, I like to kind of keep the jokes fresh here every now and then. So calm down, chat. Just try to have an original thought. All right, so every now and then I kind of stop the stream, and we'll do a stream where I actually do like Arduino basics, and we'll pull something out of a bin, and I'll be like, well, how do we use this slightly more advanced thing with an Arduino? And I'll go over the very basics of how to put together microcontroller code, and then we take over the thing. That's where the amp meter idea came from. That I still need to do that. I really want that. We've got these cool like 1970s displays that are like digital displays, and I would really like to use them as an amp meter for my cool computer, because I can make a little stand for them and kind of like peek into the computer and see the digital readout. I think that would look really cool. But we'll need to get to that when everything else is done around here. So in that vein, I suppose I could actually go around and do a Fusion Basics for makers. But I don't know if people will show up to that, and until I'm publishing YouTube videos. YouTube is fucking scary, guys. I have all of my streams, every single one, archived on hard drives. I buy a 6 terabyte hard drive every couple of years, and I put all my stuff on it, right? And I just don't have the wherewithal or the time or the mental fortitude to go in and start editing things, because I need to get rid of the music, I need to get rid of the intros, and blah, 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 blah. And then I can start throwing it onto YouTube. So at some point, my YouTube channel is going to blow the fuck up, and I'll upload like 600 videos in one day, and then I'll tune it back. Maybe I could just schedule them to do like a daily upload of multi-hour content. That's so much fucking work. I would hire an editor, but goddamn, I would like to actually pay somebody money to do it well. And I don't have the money to hire an editor right now. Yeah, 1 per day it has to be. It has to be 1 per day, but it's 3 streams a week. So that barely catches up. That'll catch up in like 2 months of uploading, which actually will get a lot of viewers on the channel, to be honest. But then the claims start rolling in, and I start having to play all of those YouTube games, and then I'll have to have a video where I'm like, hey guys, Father here, So something was claimed, and I just wanted to talk for 25 minutes about how awful the automated YouTube system is. I don't want to do one of those videos. I'm happy hiding here in Twitch land. I'm like hiding out in Twitch land. Like, oh, I wish I had viewers, but I'm glad I don't. Like, Retro CRT, thank you so much for the 14 months. I really appreciate that. Those 14 months have gone a long way to contribute to the mess. All the bullshit you see around here. I know what you mean. I don't even want to sort out my vacation photos because it's too much work. Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like, doesn't it? I mean, I need to do more editing than that too, which means my hard drives are going to get bloated and explode. Man. Anyway, the thing about doing a Fusion Basics class is that every time I do anything in Fusion, I am doing it on a very basic level. Fusion 360 is Fusion 360 as a program and a method of CAD. Hey, Bridgewater, thank you for the 17 months. Like I said before, those 17 months have gone a long way to contributing to all the bullshit that is all over this room. It keeps me going, and I really appreciate it, man. Thank you. You guys have made like a phenomenon out of this channel, and I love that. It's just I get to be my own weird self, and I get to build stuff that I feel like building. I mean, there's a little bit of pressure, right? This is my boss right here. Burn the subs. If you guys don't know, I know Genesis Waffle probably doesn't know because he didn't even know what the wheel was. Burn the Subs is a project. It's like an art project that I have on this channel that's been ongoing for many, many years, and we're still working on the new version of it. I'm trying to do a couple cool, like, crazy stuff. Adam gifted a sub to Nates are pretty okay. Yeah, I guess Nates are all right. I don't know what Nates are. I don't know what I'm admitting to. All right, anyway. So Burn the Subs is a project here, and I've got this giant board on my wall, right? I got this giant board on my wall. What is trained on the board right now? You can see some metal stuff around it, right? So the metal stuff around it is an XY laser etching setup. It's got a blue laser, about 1.4 watts of blue laser trained on it at the moment. And that laser, sorry, I had to burp. That laser is designed to etch the names of subscribers to this channel. Now, I'm hoping that this one will last quite a long time. Now, the previous board lasted 2.6 years, and it was designed to last as long as possible. The surface area of the live edge board on the new Burn the Subs is a little bit less, kind of a little samey, but I would like to get as many names on there as possible. We've got a couple software challenges in that respect, because I want to change sort of the fundamental way. The guy who cuts my hair really likes to have two like lumps, and like it makes me feel like I have a lumpy head. Ugh. Anyway, so the board has a little bit less surface area than the previous ones, but when somebody subscribes to the channel, a Raspberry Pi plucks their name out of the API, or it gets sent it, and then it translates that into a positioned and sized name that exists in G-code in the database. And then when I start the stream, I will start up the thread on that Raspberry Pi that looks at the database and looks for blocks of G-code that haven't been burnt yet. And then it'll start streaming them out to the thing that will actually control the axes. So we've got the motor control, we've got the laser, we've got all kinds of stuff that needs to happen on this thing in order to turn names into an actual etched effigy. I don't know. Anyway, those are the old boards right there. We're actually going to work on Friday on putting those on a frame so that they can be behind my computer. So when I'm doing the gaming streams and you guys have an over-the-shoulder view, you'll see the two boards behind all the monitors and stuff. I want that. I think that'll be good because I want to build a little bridge there. So yeah, name change from Rum Monkeys. There we go. How'd you miss an entire 2-year project of the wheel? Anyway, so that's what the board is, right? It's my big subs board. Instead of like a white board that we just draw the name on, we actually burn it permanently onto a piece of wood. I don't know what I'm going to do with the live edge when I'm done. I barely know what to do with the two other boards, and I haven't like treated them at all. I haven't oiled or treated them in any way, shape, or form, and I don't think I will. I think I like them to be a little bit in the danger zone, right? I don't mind if they sort of depreciate over time. I know, that's what I was saying. I was like, I wanna just like toss them in have a bonfire. We'll have a stream where we're just having a bonfire of all my boards burning. No, I should keep them, but Make them into a coffee table and send it to Twitch. Be like, these names are your fault. I don't know what to do with the live edge board. It's very thick. It would be a good bench. It would be a good like bench to sit on. But I don't have room for like furniture outside. It's not a very good table. It's too thin. You did this, Twitch. You did this to me. All right, let's start up Fusion. See, the thing about Fusion is that all the things that I do in Fusion are very basic to begin with. They're actually not that advanced. There's only a couple like to get the gist of Fusion is not that difficult. All you're doing in Fusion, and part of the advanced stuff is organizing the timeline of your file, because Fusion does things in timeline steps, and you kind of got to think on that frequency. But generally, the thing with AutoCAD is you start a sketch on a surface, draw the sketch, approve the sketch, you finalize the sketch, and then you extrude bodies from that. That's it. That's all you're doing. And if you know that, then you can get into the more advanced stuff. And you'll get in trouble in various places with AutoCAD, and that's when you kind of learn the more advanced stuff. That's how I've been doing it anyway. Yeah, rapid anal pounding is on one of the boards, yeah. Is this updating? Are you fucking with me? God damn it! Every time today. They didn't have updates for like 2 months, and now it's like every time I start up the program, they have to like update stuff. It's gonna get to 99%, and then it's gonna wait there for like 10 minutes. I missed the hype train. Oh no. Well, thank you guys for subbing. I appreciate it. Yeah, I should have started this up earlier. I'm pulling a Rabaz. And I'm downloading the game before stream. Unfortunately, Fusion takes up all of the computer's bandwidth, and I don't think this is an internet issue, because I'm watching my Wow, that's so wow. I really appreciate, man. I already bought all my users. I'm sending Flatulent Gonad these pedals, and he has about 600 cell phones that he's going to watch my stream on. All right, no, that was a lie. Hurry up! You guys get paid for this? Wow, it's good to be here. 88%. Nice place to be. We'll just hang out here for a little while. Look at this place. Nice percentage we got going here. Come on! What is the holdup? It's before the real download starts. I'm gonna burp. Oh, man. You guys don't get to hear that whole sequence of me burping. He's like the architect of the Matrix, but all the screens will be touch screens with my stream on it. They're all Raspberry Pi powered. 90%, come on! God damn it. He'll be like the architect and speak in dictionary words that nobody ever uses. So his communications are that befuddled, and they're meaningless as a result. They'll just talk circularly about the same thing over. I fucking hate the architect scene, by the way. If you guys didn't know, I hate the architect scene. It's pseudo-philosophy that's not actually explaining anything correctly. Or it is. I mean, yeah, great, it's explaining the entire plot, but it's doing so in like a research paper style that seems like it's intended to keep that shit fucking secret. Why was he old? Yeah, it's just to be like, this is what a philosopher looks like. I don't like that scene. Yeah, block it out. I mean, the visuals there are a neat concept and everything, but we're just waiting for the last couple percentages to end here. I'm in stop motion mode for a little bit until that finishes. Chat, sit up straight. Don't slouch in your computer. Sit up straight. You guys have the posture of a shrimp. 97%, please. Fusion, please. Please, Fusion, I want to get to work. Please. Please. There's only one Matrix movie. I mean, the big problem with the Matrix is that they made the Matrix and then they made the Matrix again, and then they made it over 2 movies instead of 1. And then they made another one, which seems like it's more of a cry for help than anything else. I didn't get to the good parts of the 4th one. I started watching it and I was like, I can't do this. It's like I can't do this. I guess I'll eventually watch it, but yeah, see this license right here? This means that I have to teach you guys about Fusion 360 or else I get thrown in a dumpster. The new Matrix movie, I mean, they were like, obviously they telegraphed to the viewers that they had to make this movie or else it would be made anyway without the right people. And I need to, yeah, the Animatrix was neat. That was a neat artistic thing. They basically telegraphed to the viewer that they had to make that movie or else somebody else is going to make it. And so I don't know. I didn't watch it completely through. I watched the beginning of it. I need to watch the whole thing, internalize it, watch it again before I give you guys an actual opinion on what I think. But it's weird. It's weird. And it kind of, unfortunately, the visuals on it look like they were filmed with like something slightly better than a camcorder. And I hate that. I really enjoy the graininess of the film of the original Matrix movies. So, I don't know. A Matrix Christmas special? We celebrate. Only if they get Jefferson Starship to do a bit will I accept a Matrix holiday special. So this is the control box, and this is the thing that we've been working on for quite some time now. I did the sealing on that thing, and it should seal nicely now. But I am taking it aside here while my printer's fucked up to design something that's going to hold the laser and jacket it. Now, you could say, bother, but we already had something that pretty much did that task. Well, it almost does that task, and I could machine it out to do that, but then there's no mounting holes on the thing. And so I'm thinking, like, maybe I could just, like, print something and put fittings on it. Hey, Bulbar. So basically, PETG, right? PETG. Let's talk filament. How about that? I look so different now. Good Lord. My face is like sharp. Anyway. Too much 8K like Lord of the Ring. Crazy frame rate. Is it at a higher frame rate? Is that why it looks so unnatural to me? I like the graininess of the original Matrix. I think it works very well for the themes that are presented in the Matrix. Having that grainy sort of noir look to the real world stuff is beautiful. It's perfect. So anyway, filament. Sorry, I'm getting distracted because chat's like always they're always like a step or two behind. Because there's delay on the stream and everybody has a different device. Filaments, PETG. PETG prints very hot. I have mine set to like 280 or something to print, 280 degrees Celsius. So when in the past, I've done 3D prints for stuff that's going to be on water cooling systems. Never got around to it. It was a right angle adapter for my graphics card for the GTX 1080 FTW that I'm going to put in the streaming computer eventually. The problem is crypto mining and shit like that. So nobody was able to buy GPUs anymore for years. And so I haven't done that sort of rolling upgrade of getting a 3080 for the gaming computer and then whisper down the lane. The 1080 would end up in the streaming computer, and I want to water cool it because I have a water block for it. I spent money on that because I'm dumb. So anyway, when I actually use the water blocks that I bought, I wasted so much money. Anyway, so everybody had a panic attack when I printed out a right angle adapter for the water block for the graphics card, because I think they don't know what PETG is like. Everybody was saying that it's going to leak, everything's going to explode, blah, blah, blah. But I'm not dealing with like the PSI from like a kitchen sink here. I'm dealing with very low PSI, and the filament will not get soft until basically the graphics card has already shut off. The computer would shut off like 100 degrees before anything would even get close to bad. there. So PETG in a water cooling system is a careful consideration, but we're well within the parameters that things should operate nicely at. Now, obviously, this is gonna need some testing, right? This is gonna need quite a bit of testing for me to get this right, because I want it to sit there and not need me to constantly check on it and worry about leaks. But what we're talking about is a laser that's going to get hot, because it is a powerful laser. It's a 1.4 watt laser. We might put a 2 watt laser on it too, by the way. Yeah, and water cooling tubes are PETG, but they're extruded. They're extruded. They're not layer prints. Now, with the heat of the printing that I use, those layers are very well fused together. It takes a screwdriver to get between them, and even still, you can't get a clean break. In different prints, like PLA and stuff like that, it should be difficult to split the layers, but you can still get a screwdriver in there and like peel it apart. You can do that with PETG to a point, but if you have the printer set up properly, it should be able to seal everything. So if we, more watts is not necessarily good. I could make it move a little faster to compensate for the additional watts. That might be a good idea, just so that I'm not, like, if somebody gifts a bunch of subs, I'm not going to be, like, out for, like, 45 minutes. But the speed that it runs at is enough that I can get over to it and move the camera and do all that. Hold on, I'm burping. I contribute to that by then taking a sip of something that's carbonated. Good work. Anyway, yeah. So PETG is well within its parameters if we use it in this system, which we will. So what we're going to do here, the hot water in my faucet will shrink PETG bottles. Nothing's going to get even close to that temperature. Hot water is like an order of magnitude hotter than what we allow in computers and in this system too. It's like an order of magnitude. Anyway, I have all the models for everything in here. We will get back to the control panel soon. You know, I need my 3D printer if I'm going to be doing a bunch of stuff with this, but yeah, bottles are also super thin and they got a lot of area. I mean, we'll do tests. We'll have to test it, right? So I have the complete model of the laser cart right here. And this is one of those drawings that's like, kill me. It's got so much stuff in it at the moment. Yeah, look at this thing struggle. We pulled in all of the parts that were sort of like not 3D printed into this drawing, and then we designed solids around them, right? And that's basically the premise of what we're doing here. So what I'd like to do with this is we're basically going to get rid of that. And now I need to build something that sits here and bolts into this piece, holds the laser, and also is able to be water cooled. Is that all? That's all it has to do? So we got to move, keep the laser driver board where it is. I think we'll build a thick plate here, and then I'll attach the laser holder to the front. There's a couple things that we need. Yeah, it'll be fine, and if it's not, that's more content. Exactly. I may have to print it directly off of the platen, but I'm going to make basically a jacket that goes around this the laser carrier, and we'll use the one with fins, because I figure that'll be good. Satana. No, not those kinds of fins. Here, let's get the laser thing, because we need to model that in Fusion so that we can design around it. That's how we've been doing things. So on the subject of how to operate Fusion 360, everything that you do ends up on a timeline. And if I go back and I edit this sketch, it'll pull the timeline all the way back to when I edit this sketch. This sketch contains basically lines that have the lines that are closed, right? And so a closed line makes a surface. You click on the surface and you extrude from there, right? That's how most of these solids are built. And there's some finicky things about it, like designing around the solids that are surrounding these things, and like how the drawing goes together and how it's put together. This is actually in a rather fragile state, this design. I had to alter a couple things in order to get the belt carriers like all perfectly. They're not really that perfect, but I get them all to look right and print right and all that stuff. And so I had to sort of finagle the drawing around. When you move stuff in this sketch, it will affect all of the stuff that you've extruded. But if you accidentally, or accidentally on purpose, make another enclosed area, the program goes, well, I don't have an ID or whatever, however it puts this together. It looks at all of those, enclosed areas, and it says, oh, well, now there's a new one. So now I don't know what to extrude, and it makes some assumptions, and then you'll get errors in the subsequent steps. But you can just go back and double click on all these different extrusions, and you can alter them in place. So what you're trying to do in Fusion is you're trying to assemble a perfect sacred timeline that's going to have all of your steps on it and is nice and organized. So what I do is these initial steps here are where I pull in all of the external stuff. So if I'm designing in Fusion 360, generally what I'm doing, specifically what I'm doing, is I'm trying to design stuff to 3D print. So all of my assemblies are stuff to 3D print. This is not like a mechanical analysis. You know, there are different things that you can do. Oh no, that was my button. I thought I had something in my pocket. It turns out I don't. But anyway, in Fusion 360, there are different things you can do. Like you can do different stuff in CAD. I could do like analysis, like a finite element analysis, or I could do, you know, all kinds of different things. What I'm specifically doing, and this is the process that I'm trying to, I'm just happy to see you guys. What I'm trying to do specifically is design solids to 3D print, to pull all my stuff together. So what I do is in separate files, I'll create the stuff. So the stuff, the stuff, the stuff, and the stuff, right? I'll create those in a different drawing, pull them all into this one, all willy-nilly, all disorganized, and then I put one position command at the beginning of the drawing, so that if I have to go back and move something, all of the stuff that I've designed after that will then respond to the movement of that piece. I've had drawings before where I've had stuff inserted like late in the process, and then weird stuff starts happening to my drawing. Like I'll try to move something, and then none of the solids will design properly around it, or the whole drawing explodes. So one of the biggest preventative measures to keeping everything in order is having all of your stuff come in, all your external stuff come in, and then having one position command. And if I need to insert more stuff, I rewind. I don't really rewind the timeline. Yeah, I do. I rewind the timeline all the way to before the last thing there, and then pull it in, and then I double click on this step and change its position. So that's the big thing about Fusion. That'll keep your drawings running properly. And then from there, it's basically make a sketch, extrude, 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 make another sketch, extrude, 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 sketch, extrude, sketch, extrude, and then chamfers and stuff, right? You want to do stuff in that order. That way your drawings don't explode. Okay. And the thing is, we've got a new way to make support structures. So I don't know. I guess I'll keep those. I'll keep these little guys on there. I think that'll be cute. I could move this back a little bit. That would mean I need to reprint this whole thing. I could move it back a little bit so that this is even with the front. But, I don't know. Yeah, I might need to do that. I may need to reprint this whole thing. Damn it! At least just the base. Damn it. That's annoying, isn't it? Well, let's see if we can do that. So let's see here. If I just go into the previous step, we need to organize this drawing a little bit because we're going to do more work on it. Let me get the laser piece, and I'm not going to pull anything off of the wall. Let me just get the laser diode holder, and then we'll make a drawing for that because that's a quick thing to build. It's a quick thing to build. We just need a visual representation of it that has proper sizing on the outside. All right, laser stuff. So we'll start a new drawing. We'll make this thing. I want to use the one with ribs for my pleasure. In the past, I've seen people just like literally wrap a, I'll have to get that out of there. I've seen people just wrap a tube around the laser, but I'd like to use this thing. Let's see if we can find a good lens for this. Because I don't know, I guess in my mind, the ribs will help it transfer heat better, right? I don't think it really matters with water, but I don't know. I figure might as well put my best foot forward here. So help water kind of get into places. I don't really know if the more surface area thing is going to be necessarily true, because it'll make turbulent, like bad turbulence around stuff, which could factor in. I'll have to Teflon these threads, by the way, because those will have to hold back water as well. That'll be all part of testing. So I want to use this guy, and I want to surround from top to bottom, nose to tail. I want to have a water jacket around that. The other question is, how do we... No, I think we'll get away with this, because if I print it, basically I'm printing it in this direction, printing it up. And so if I print it up, if I make a little hollow surface inside of this, it's going to need support structure, but then I can break the support structure out with a pair of pliers. Yeah, I think that'll work. Okay, so we'll use that. Where's my good lens? I have a really good lens for the, yeah, this is the one. This is the really good lens. You guys just bottom of the barrel jokes, huh? The very, very bottom of the barrel. That doesn't fit in here. All right. Well, that's unique. Damn it. Okay, so here's the first problem, is that it needs a different size lens on it. Is that the right? No, that's not the right one. This is obnoxiously unique, actually. This isn't good. So maybe we do need to use one of the silver ones. Because yeah, I don't think I have a lens with the threads that size. That seems to be a slightly larger one. Darn, I wanted to use the ribbed one. What happened to the... I know I have a lens around here somewhere. Or does it need something like this on the end? Oh, dear Lord. This one's seen much better days, I'll tell you that much. It seems to almost thread into this, but this is like damaged in every way. Does it really need that? Okay, hold on. I challenge you to try. Yeah, it doesn't look like I have a lens for this thing. Darn it! Ain't that a pisser? These are the 2-watt laser diodes, by the way. Got a lot of springs in here, but what I don't have is a lens that fits to this specific setup, which is kind of annoying. It's kind of annoying. Everything else kind of is interchangeable. Yeah, I use that to make a laser line. All right, so barring actually buying a new lens, we can go back to my good lens. This is like a, I don't know, this is supposedly this is a really good lens. The Laser Pointer Forum people made these, and I think I bought it off of, like, just by PayPaling the guy some money. So unfortunately I can't use this one. This is a fairly, I guess it's an older diode holder, and I don't know what happened to the lens for it. Maybe some of the lens stuff is on the current Burn the Subs, but it needs to have more, like, we need what's called a collimating lens. So we don't have that. No, it doesn't check out because I don't have a lens for it. And that's also a bottom of the barrel reference. Damn it! Getting angry at my mods. Okay, so we'll use one of these. I'm not proud of it, but we'll use one of these. I know I do. But that's because it's my stream. I can't think of anything else to say. You have the benefit of being able to edit your own typing. I don't. Okay, this guy. We'll use this guy. We'll model this guy into Fusion 360. And I could probably find one of these on like, not Thingiverse, but I could probably find one of these on GrabCAD or one of those other websites that has a bunch of CAD stuff on it. But I don't know. We'll try to model it in Fusion so we at least get a decent representation of what this thing is. So we'll start with just a cylinder. I guess we don't need to put ribs on it anymore. We'll start with just a cylinder. And I don't really need any of the internal structure of this thing. I don't need to worry about it. I just need to know that wires come out of the top. So I'm not even going to model the wires for it. I'm just going to do this and then put a little bunghole in the top. and then maybe do like a lens on the front so it doesn't look awkward, and then we'll just give it a texture. So this is as simple as it gets. So let's get the calipers out, figure out the size of this thing, and just make a cylinder. We'll just make a cylinder. Or I could go to GrabCAD and try to download it. No. I should be able to do this. This is very easy to do. All right, so calipers, and then we go into Fusion. And I make new thing, do the little plus folder up here. I immediately save it. And I call this laser diode thing. Laser diode thing. What else would I call it? It's a laser diode thing. There's nothing here. So what I do, start a sketch, put that on the base, the XY, and then we'll start building our solids. So you have no reason not to just make it origin and put a circle. What is the dimension of our circle? Well, we're looking at it from top down. So we get a measurement here. And I want to make sure it's just a little loose in the calipers. I don't want to pinch the calipers on it. Oh, do we got the New Year's sale? Everybody pop open Alibaba. 11.95, I'm going to call 12. So that's 12 millimeter. So I put 12 into there and hit enter. Look at this, we're already starting. We're already doing well. Oh, the Steam lunar sale. I guess just for like the sake of making it look right, I'll put a 8.5. I know, more games that I won't play. Yeah, 8.5 millimeter circle in the bottom. And then in the top, what's this little bunghole here? 3. All right, so the important dimension is that 12. As long as we're within like the standardized size, and if it is a little loose, then I mean I'm gonna make up the difference with caulk. So, and hopefully that'll hold it straight and true. We don't need super precision with this thing. Remember, we are just going this far. We need that laser beam to point into a point, and then we'll calibrate around that. So, we're done the sketch, finish the sketch. So now I can extrude all this different stuff. And if I want to, I can make this represent what's actually there a little bit more, but I don't need the whole laser thing. I don't need the whole thing in here. I could, and I could even put threads on it and do all those complicated things, but I don't. I mean, look, if I really needed that, I can just do, let's just see. Let's just figure out if it's there. I can go to GrabCAD. Of course, GrabCAD tries to like funnel you into their industrial stuff. But you go to Community Library, and now you've got all the cool stuff that people have been modeling. A lot of cool stuff, actually, and it's a great archive. I've had good luck with this so far. Most of the stuff on there is either GrabCAD or I've made it myself. STLs from Thingiverse don't really come in cleanly to Fusion, so I don't like using them. If I look up laser diode, I'm going to have a bunch of laser diodes, or not. What's all this stuff? Oh man, ring laser. This is the one that you can buy, the air-cooled like laser diode holder. There's an actual diode. I don't need the actual diode. I want the thing that goes around it. There's a circuit board module. Yeah, nothing exactly right, huh? I'm surprised more people don't work with just regular old laser diodes and shells. 3M text tool laser diode. What the hell is that? 25 millimeter copper laser diode. Some fiber optic stuff. 9 millimeter laser diode mount. Oh, that's a cool one. That's like an expensive industrial one. We don't need anything like that. And we got the diodes themselves, like in mass. Those are, yeah, circuit board based ones. What are these? Laser diode module. That's close. There it is. So if I really needed it, I could get the 12 millimeter laser diode module model and use that. But I kind of want you guys to like see the process here, and I don't need this extensive of a model. This is everything. I don't need all this in the drawing. It would look cool. So, you know, maybe we keep this as a feather in our cap just in case we need it. But Yeah, this is a little bit much. This is a little bit much in the grand scheme of what I'm exactly modeling here. Plus, I don't think the dimensions are right for the stuff that we have. So let's just measure what we have and put that in there. We'll make it one big solid. It doesn't need to be anything complicated. If we're making it one big solid, I'm going to tighten up these threads just to make sure. Maybe we'll put like a little indentation where it goes on the thing, just for visual sake. So 30 millimeters, that's a very even number. I'm not getting a lot of weirdness in there. I got 30.12. You got to generally, like when you're reverse engineering stuff mechanically, generally, you know, you figure people are machining stuff to be within rounded numbers. So if I get 30.13, I'm going to call this 30. And it might be that maybe the plating on the outside, the chrome plating or the nickel plating or whatever they do for this, added that extra dimension. But I don't need it to be within hundreds of thousandths. So I'm going to extrude this. We're still... I finished the sketch. I hit the big green button on the side, right? We got finish sketch up here. So I finished the sketch and it pulls us into the 3D mode. And then I hit the letter E. Not for the memes, but I'm hitting E in order to extrude this solid. Now I've got these circles here that are defined within this sketch that I'm not extruding them yet. I will cut those out of the main solid. I could extrude this without cutting them out, but I'll just cut them out. So what I'm going to do is take all of the stuff and I'm going to put it up 30 millimeters. Now if I were more of a simpleton, I would just use this. Just use this. This is fine. This is totally fine for the purposes of what we're doing. But I don't know. I need to have some flair on this thing. It needs to look cool, right? So I'm going to review the sketch and I'm going to hit extrude on this guy right here. Actually, we should figure out what the inside dimension of this thing is. I don't know. We don't need to, but I could model the inside dimension of this thing. What is the inside dimension of this thing? So take that measurement, like 10.5. 10.5 on the inside barrel. And then that thing goes for 10.6. So let me just Control Z this whole thing. And let me extrude this, and this. And we'll take it up 10.6. And then I'm going to extrude the thing that holds the laser lens. This and this. Not this. What is going on here? Hold on. Escape. Get me out of this. Get me out of here. Extrude this and this. The distance to where it holds the laser, using the little butt end of the calipers, 8.3, so we'll make that 8.5, whatever. It doesn't matter. We don't really need this dimension here, but we'll just cut it out just so that it looks right. 8.5 there, and then we take, this, and not that. And we extrude from object. So from that, and then we go, well, there's a little overlap there. That's the only problem. There's that little bit of overlap, and so I don't necessarily get exactly the dimensions out of that. How is that going to work? Well, if we took that as... So it's going to be 12.5 minus 4. 12.5 minus 4, so it's 30. It needs to add up to 30. So, wait a minute. 12.5 minus 4, and then we need to take it back to 30. 8.5, but that's plus the other one, plus the... Ah, damn it. This is getting too complicated. Let's do... I guess I could just measure my way out of this and just make the top piece a little bit thicker. All right, hold on. Trying to think of how I want to do this. Because I could measure the individual parts and just make them 2 different bodies on this thing, but I don't need that many bodies. We don't necessarily need to model it to that degree, because we're only worried about sealing the top and the bottom of this thing. I'll just make this and attach it. Oh, wait, but you know what? It's actually the inside part that we need to worry about. Hold on, cancel. No. What do we extrude that one to? Yeah, let's make that extrusion 30. 30, and then we'll do the interior crocodile alligator. I drive a Chevrolet movie theater. 10.5, which is probably not much larger than this, but I'll go back to that sketch, which will rewind the timeline, and I'll put a cycle. Oh, no, wait, hold on. Escape. I need to go back to this. Rewind the timeline, and we'll make a 10.5. And what do we think the wall thickness on the top here is? Well, if this whole piece is 23, that is 22.5. So it's a half a millimeter. Half a millimeter. So we'll cut out. So I'll do extrude, choose U, and U, and the offset is going to be at the end of this piece, this plug, which is 10.5. So we go from 10.5 offset, so 30, well, first of all, okay, start offset. Offset is 10.5. And the distance is, it would be from 10.5 to 30. So we need to subtract, oh my God. 30 minus 10.5 minus a half. 30 minus 10.5 minus 0.5. And that, you could drive that with equations and stuff. I'm just doing this just to get a little visual fun out of this whole thing. And that we're gonna extrude through all. Just make a hole. There we go. So there's our laser diode module. Now the last little piece that I'd like to add is just a little tiny cutout mid body that will symbolize where exactly the split in the two pieces are. So that would be not at 10.5 because the seam is actually at 6.8. So if I take, see, that's too deep. So what I need to do, I think I need another circle on this. So back to the sketch. And we'll make it like 11.9 or something. I know, I'm gonna get, the ATF is gonna come in and shoot my dog for making a suppressor in my own home. 11 point, no, what happened? Hello? Hello? I must have hit escape or something on this miniature keyboard. If I don't have a dog, I'll be assigned a dog by the ATF so that they can shoot it. 11.9. It'll be 0.1 millimeter. It just needs to be a little tiny, like, nub. So 11.9, and that's going to make this little solid, or this little solid border area right here. Right there. That little surround, right? I could probably use a different tool to do that, but I'm just thinking about the way that this is going to go together. I'm not, like, completely modeling it. I'm just visually making it look like it's an actual laser diode. So now what I want to do is extrude this. Hello? Extrude that. And I want it to be an offset. And the offset is 6.8. Double check. 6.9 I got on that one. It's probably 7 if I'm really... Yeah, we're going to call that 7 millimeter, but I'm going to do 6.9 and then extrude it 0.2. Okay, the number didn't go in anywhere. 6.9, and then the distance is 0.2. That might be too much of a cut. That's too much of a cut. We'll do 0.1. Okay. I hit 0.2 a second time. And even that is still too much of a cut, because I mean, when these things are together, there's like nothing, there's like no seam at all. But whatever, we'll just do that, and that'll just give us a little visual cue. Now I could like chamfer this or something in order to make it look a little bit more like what's actually there. I mean, it really is just like a little circular, there's like not much to it when these are screwed together. I mean, really, what does it actually look like? It looks like two pieces that are butted together, like this, there's a microscope. We got the microscope all calibrated ahead of time this time. Well, it wasn't really ahead of time, but it is all calibrated, which is nice and rare. It's actually kind of rare around here because this microscope has the same USB ID as the face cam, and so the face cam would calibrate with the old tools that I had. Now everything is calibrated together, and it's great. There is a little chamfer on the edge, so we'll do a fillet. There's a little fillet on the edge. We'll do a little fillet. I guess that'll look pretty accurate. Let's do that. Let's do a little fillet on this thing. Oh my God, it's in ortho view. Everything looks ridiculous. No, it's in perspective. Okay. We'll do a little fillet on this thing just to give it that little edge. Sorry, chamfer. I always get these two mixed up. They really should just call it like one thing. So we'll take a little bit of that, take a little bit of that, and we'll just do a little boop. No. Point. 0.05. There you go. That's all we really need. That seems to be too much. 0.02. There. 0.02. That looks a little bit more like it's a laser diode, right? All right, so the only thing that's left to model is the actual like laser lens carrier. We don't necessarily need to model it. I kind of want to. I can make it a different solid, or I don't know. Because then we can put all the nubs in the front and everything. It'll just be there as a representation, so we know what we're building. Yeah, might as well. All right, so let's get the modeling that. So what's the outer dimension of this thing? Now it has, can't see it because all the lights are off. Okay, so this thing has little knurled thingies in it. I forget how we're going to do that. I'll figure it out in a bit. We could model a gear or a pattern around a circle. A geometric pattern is a relatively new thing to Fusion. Whoa, what is that? What is all that in there? That looks dirty. I think all the creosote getting to the lens, huh? I'm gonna have to clean this thing. Yeah, this lens is like special, but it's also been through hell. It's been running burn the subs for like 4 years. Yeah, anyway, let's see if we can get this little like knurling in here. So we need this thing to stick out just a little bit. Hold on. There. Yeah, it's gotta look good, man. You gotta make it look good. Gotta make it look good. So yeah, where this thing is gonna sit in a typical setup, somewhere around there. Let's just put it there. That'll be good. So that distance is, so 2 millimeter there, and then the lens itself is 4. Well, I need to get these again. Hang on. We need the OD of this thing. 12.17. Well, the outside of this thing is 12. So I guess we're just going to make that 12. And then the hole in the middle, I will make 7. 12 and 7, we already have those. I think we already have. No, we don't have 7. I'll make 7. So here, we need a 7. Another circle to confuse things. Okay, how deep is the 7? Eris? That's what they call it? Why do they need to, why do they need to call it something special? It's annoying. Stop calling things weird things, you stupid manufacturers. It's like sailing where everything has a weird name. 7.5. So 2 millimeter for the lens, 7.5, offset of 2. Or no, offset of 2, and then 4.3. I guess we'll make it 4.5 millimeters. Okay, finish that. And then we extrude our lens carrier thing. Which one is 7? I don't know which one's which. Hold on. Go back to the sketch. Oh, that's right. It's the outer dimension, and then we go down to... Okay, we go down to here. Actually, we should probably extrude all the way. Yeah. Oh, yeah, wait. What's the opening? The opening is what's... is that one also 7? Yeah, opening is 7. That one is 8.8. But that'll be the go into the threads. So we'll extrude you, and that's the opening. So we'll extrude that with an offset. So we go from offset, and it's going to be -2 millimeters. The sign carries the directionality of the extrude. The distance is going to be 4.5. That is -4.5. Apologies. Boop. That's a new body. We're going to have to unview the other bodies so that it doesn't interfere with everything, though. I would call them an ass in return, yeah. New body. This doesn't look right. Oh, it's because I'm viewing the sketch through it. Okay. So that's the tip of the laser thing. And then we need the threaded piece. So I need to unview the body here so that CAD doesn't get confused. And then I extrude this and this, I believe. Is it right? Is that right? No, I believe it's just that. It's just that. And then I could probably add that to it if I really wanted to. It's not necessary. It's just there for visuals. But we're going from the body. So we're starting from an object, and I click on this to specify that object. And then we are going... I still have this cough that I don't know where it's coming from. 7.5. We'll just do 7. These dimensions don't matter as much. These are just visual dimensions. So there's that. Now I want to cut the knurling into the outside edge of this thing. So I think now that we've made this solid, it's appropriate to give it just some visual chamfers for no reason at all other than just make it a little bit more accurate. Actually, that one's totally unnecessary. I don't need to do that, but I don't know. Maybe one day I'll come back to this. And I think I need to chamfer this thing right now because it has... I think it's going to get confused with all the stuff that I try to do to it. So if I hit this on these two edges, not you, I selected the solid, get out of that. Let's do chamfer. This one. The real pissy thing about this whole thing is that I can't do anything with it. I can't print it yet. We're going to need a lot of effort to print it. I need to do a new control board for the printer. It's vast improvements, but I really need my printer to work. Yeah, see, this is going to look a little weird, but I don't care. I don't care. I just want it to kind of look like a laser diode. So on this one, I actually need to do some grippy knurling. There's a couple things that I could do in order to produce that. I mean, I can make a pattern around a circle on a sketch, or I could have it generate a gear. I guess that's you need weird parameters for that. How do we do knurling in Fusion? Now there's a geometric pattern command, but I don't think that's really going to be very necessary. I think what we need to do, I don't think there's a tool for this. And if there is, I haven't heard of it. Or maybe I need to I need to learn my Fusion a little better, because sometimes there are programs that people make themselves, or there are things that are built into Fusion that are just a little bit below the surface, and they're hard to figure out. Once you know they exist, you can do a lot of really cool stuff with Fusion, but and that's actually one of the advantages of Fusion, to be honest, is that it is a simple program on the surface, and when you start getting into the more advanced engineering stuff, you can kind of peel back the layers and get deeper into this software. I like that they have kind of this facade of just being a very simple three-dimensional drawing program that makes good visuals. It's unfortunately a little bit expensive if you start using this for business. You can get away with a lot on the free version, though. The curl of the burl. The knurl of the curl of the burl. Speaking of messing up names all over the place, hey, Barnold. Arnold with a B. They liked Arnold so much, why didn't they make a B version? Oh, they did. He's right here. How you doing? So I think the best thing that we're gonna do is we're just gonna make like a cog, and then we're going to repeat it around a circle in a sketch. So we need a sketch that has that outer dimension of 12 on it. I'm gonna make this in a new sketch, because what we're doing is pretty much just violating every facet of the sketch. So we're going to start out and we're going to make new sketch and we're going to put it right on this surface here. And then I'm going to make a new 12 millimeter surround. So 12, put that in there. And then I don't need to see this. I don't need to see that in order to make this. Unfortunately, it still projects things through. So that's going to get a little bit annoying, but we should be all right. So everybody's got to always mention their favorite CAD program, huh? All right, so we need to make a like a knurling pattern on this thing, right? And I need to make it not blow up the software. That's gonna be tough to do. I don't know if I'll. I mean, if I make a gear, that would do it too. But let's look at the pattern here. Actually, I could obviously just make the thing and get away with that, right? Yeah, and that's generally what they advise. And so what I'm gonna do is just Fusion 360 knurling. I think they generally do this with a plugin though. Hello, I'm going to show you how to do knurling in AutoCAD. I'm recording this with the microphone that was built into the back of my computer, so you might hear a fan. What we're gonna do is we make a circle. This is 9 millimeters. And thanks for watching, everybody. All right, so we do that. Make our cylinder. Create coil. Oh, he uses 2 coils. He's gonna coil and then coil again. That's not how we're gonna do this. We need to make columns because that's the type of knurling that this thing has. All of these videos are recorded with the microphone that came with their very first like telephone. Actually, early telephone microphones are pretty good. They were actually very good electric microphones. Yeah, he's just gonna put a bunch of coils. Oh, but he's got all these tools with the coil. I mean, maybe we can make a flat coil and have that repeat around. How's he doing the repetition? The worse the video sounds, the better the content. But then I end up like turning my volume all the way up, and I'll click on something else, and it'll blast my ears into the next room. Circular pattern. Yeah. Okay. So he's doing a circular pattern. I think what we could do is vertically cut it out, and then we can make a circular pattern that way. No, it's literally like if you had held off on your comment for like 2 seconds. You just held off for just a second there. What do these look like? They look like shit. Are these triangles? Or like triangles? Just like a little gear cutter. There's little triangles. They have a flat piece in the middle. It looks kind of like they got a little flat piece in the middle. Completely irrelevant. The last time I was in this stream, I think I hadn't even started uni. Oh my god. We got a couple people who hang around who are going through uni. Versity. Yeah. So what kind of shape can I make in order to put this into the thing? I can make like a box, like an offset box. No, I think they are flat on the top and the bottom. They're like trapezoids. Trapezoids. So we need like that and then a flat piece in the middle. And just make a geometry thing. We need trapezoid. Well, ain't no polygon that I know of. Actually, I could just do a circumcised polygon. No, let's see. Slot, it is not. Maybe a polygon is what we need. I don't think that'll work though. Give me 1 sec. I have to move my car now. Give me one sec. There's one thing you don't fuck with. It's somebody's time streaming and interruptions. It is entirely fucking unacceptable. Oh my god. I'm very angry right now. You just don't do it, right? And it's like somebody who doesn't know how to start my car decided to move my car because it's gonna snow tonight. It's I'm very, very angry right now. Very angry. I'm gonna try to get past it and not be too uptight about this, but yeah, that's something that you don't tempers flare. All right, can we make, I mean, what do we want to do here? Because I need to make what basically equates to a trapezoid for this thing. Now, what I could do is, yeah, people messing with your car when it's unsolicited and unasked because they think that it needs to be moved for some reason. This afternoon, instead of when I'm ending stream, because it's going to snow. When is it going to snow? At like 9 p.m. or something, which I'll be able to move the car before that. It's not even, it says snow tomorrow. So apparently right now is the best time to move my car without even asking me. I'm very, very mad. I'm very angry. This is not something good. All right. I gotta chill out because I'm gonna be mad for like, how long are you usually mad for? It's like 2 hours, I think, is like the general average time. It's not gonna snow until 7 p.m. tomorrow. No, it's completely unjustified according to the person that I'm angry at. It has no justification at all, and I'm acting terribly, and I'm a terrible person. Sounds like the same people who run British Rail. A leaf on the line, shut it down for 3 weeks. Yeah, it's like, oh, it's gonna snow tomorrow, so I'd better move the car a day and a half early. Anyway, all right. Let's put that behind us. Let's put that behind us, and not spend 2 hours bitching about this like a little kid. What I really need is a rectangle, right? Oh, I'm not done with this. This is going to continue into the evening, and I'm going to be very, very angry. And in spite of everything that I say, it's just going to happen again next time it snows. I don't know what the hell, like, why? Why would you do that? Just don't touch my fucking car. All right, anyway. I've already had problems with this before where they're like, I can't start your car. I'm like, why are you trying? Why? Keys are there for an emergency or if I'm not around. All right, anyway. Very, very mad right now. Here's what I need to do. I need to make a pattern around all of this, right? All I can think of is the move your car feature from Black Lagoon. I don't even know what you're talking about. Get a stick so nobody else will drive it. Just pop the fuse out. I don't want to have like an ignition kill thing. I don't know what fucking idea they got in their head to move the car right now. Why it needed to be done now. I could do the My Summer Car thing of like removing the whole steering wheel. God. All right. I need to make a knurling pattern around the outside of this thing. And so what I need is what essentially equates to a trapezoid. If I make a square and I go around the whole perimeter, that square is going to need to have a filleted edge, and I don't want to go through every single edge. That's too many edges for me to do. So I need this basically to look like the knurling pattern right now. And there's a plugin to make a gear, but that works with some kind of programming magic, and you need to know a lot of the parameters of the gear, right? You need to know a lot of parameters of the gear, and then it makes a 3D gear. I don't need a 3D gear right now. So I think my best bet is probably to make one shape, extrude it into the solid, and then repeat that around for the whole thing. Now, the way that we saw in the tutorial was to make a coil, and the coil made the cut. Maybe we do a coil. Let's see what the coil looks like. Instead of doing the sketch method, let's see what the coil is like. We'll try it and see if it does anything. So if I create, and it'll basically be a flat coil, it'll just be a straight up and down. You can create a thread too. Coil. How do I initiate the coil? Select a plane or a plane face. Oh, does that mean it? Does that do there? What am I selecting now? Up here? Oh, okay. All right. So I need to actually select like the middle of the bottom or the middle of the top, which is not an easy operation. I think I've used the coil tool once before, but if I select that and then I hit Control, or is it Shift? No, I don't have a point over there. That's the problem. No, our thing already has a water cooler on it. I'll show that in a minute. Is that another knock? If that's another knock, I'm gonna have a fucking conniption fit. I'm gonna actually explode. My head is actually gonna explode if somebody's trying to interrupt me while I'm streaming again. That's when Obother actually has a heart attack out of just pure sheer blind rage. That'll actually give me a heart attack. All right, I looked at the sketch again because that has this line here, which gets us all the way to the outside of the 12mm casing. I did the what do you call it? The fillet ahead of time, right? I did the fillet ahead of time just because I think that'll save us operations. Because if you do the knurling and then you want to fillet it like this, it's not going to be uniform unless you do something that cuts it out. So if I do this ahead of time, now it'll already have this dimension. The problem with doing that is that I now don't have the top and the bottom edge to work from, which is always neat. So let's get in here and do this. So we create coil, select the middle of our plane, and then I bring it out to the outside. Can I actually snap to that? It doesn't look like it's letting me do that. Oh, it's asking for the diameter. Oh, God, I could just put in the number. This is what happens when I get flustered. 12, do that. Oh, my God. It's a coil. What have we done? Dear God. Diameter 1. Where's my coil? Oh, no, the diameter has to be 12. Yeah, I know the error. Revolutions, 0. So does that just make it straight? It doesn't. 1 revolution. Oh my God. We're going to see if we can actually get this thing to work. I'm not sure. The section would be, well, internal triangle. Well, that's like a thread. That doesn't quite look right. If we make it square, that means we're going to create a bunch of bodies that we then need to... Well, hold on. Is this square? What does that do? Outside, on center, I guess. Selection size, 0.5. That's a little big, but we'll just see if we can work with this or not. And then the direction needs to be the opposite of where it's going. So angle, which one does the angle? Oops, no, that's not the right control. 0.2. And it needs to go -5 or so. But it needs to, it's not supposed to actually create a coil. That's the problem. So I needed to do less than a revolution. Nah, see, I'm not going to be able to do that. This is as good as it gets. I don't know, maybe we can work with that. Internal triangle. Now, everything that I'm doing is just like breaking it. Why is the square got all distorted too? That's really weird. Yeah, it doesn't like that. It's trying to extrude a square along a path, and that's not really doing it. So I think we do definitely need to make a... Yeah, Chester! We're learning. We're learning, okay? Come on. We're learning. We're actually learning that the coil tool doesn't like doing that. Otherwise, I would have asked. So yeah, we can't. Verticals are difficult to knurl into this thing. We could make a pattern on it, and then I could extrude. I don't want to click 500 things, so I'm trying to get around that. We just need a vertical like thing to cut out the solid, and then I don't know if I can. I would have to repeat the. How do you repeat a cutout? Backbenching. Yeah. Over the shoulder operations of bother. So yeah, this guy's repeating it. How is he repeating the cutout? Okay. He's advertising these other videos before everything ends. What did he select, though? Circular pattern. Oh, he's selecting the step. Oh. He can select it down on the timeline. All right. Okay. All right. So we need one step that's going to do the cutout, and then we do a circular pattern out of that step by selecting the thing. Oh, yeah, we don't need... No. We don't want that sketch. Finish the sketch. I want this sketch. Isn't that what I clicked? All right, anyway. All right, so we want this sketch, and we want to make just like a little triangle cutout in this thing. And so I got to figure out... It's more like a trapezoid cutout. And so I just have to figure out how far into the solid I want to go, and then how do I make it from there? I could mirror one single thing, or, I was thinking of making a box that was off-axis, but I don't know if that'll work. Just like twist the box around and then do it like a fillet on the end. Let's do a construction line that's gonna define the depth of our cutout first of all. So I don't know how deep I want the knurling to go, maybe I'll just give it 5.9 because that seems about right. So 5.9. And then from there, I need to have a small flat area and then a triangle cutout. And maybe that'll do it. Maybe that'll do it. I don't know. I don't know how I can make, I mean, I could do a center rectangle. That's not really going to quite do it, but I could alter the degrees from there. Or I could just draw it. I could draw it and mirror it. I could create this coming out like that. 0.1 millimeter is a little bit much. Yeah, maybe 0.01. Let's give that a distance. Hit D for distance. And then edit that to be 0.01. I'll make a very tiny little flat spot there, a 0.02 flat spot. That might be a little, that might not be enough. I mean, how deep is the knurling on this thing? It's not very deep. It's like 12 millimeters, and then if I get into the knurling, like 11.8. Yeah, 0.01 is that might not be enough. Look, guys, listen. Oh, I can't zoom in anymore. This isn't a CAD program that lets you zoom way in. I was going to zoom way super in. I mean, if you look at it this way, look, the world is flat. The world is flat. There's no curvature at all. I don't see any curvature here. Anyway, maybe we'll just keep it at 0.1. So 5 and 5 is 10. This takes it out to like 5.9, takes it out to almost like, that's almost 12. 12 over 2. That would make 0.1 on either side. And I got 11.8 from the calipers, which can't really be trusted that much. So, okay, yeah, 5.9 is actually good on that one. That's actually a good distance. So we're going to take that, and then maybe I take it up at, what, 45 degrees? Yeah, I use inches and stuff when I'm trying to like speculate on dimensions and stuff, because my brain recognizes inches, feet, and yards and meters as estimates. But in engineering, we use metric almost exclusively, but at the same time, the metric versus imperial debate is tired and old and stupid and a waste of time. The internet has wasted a lot of time on a lot of things in their time, and if I want to get angry at something right now because I am in a foul mood due to the actions of one singular person just recently, I'm in a very foul mood, an actual very bad mood. But if I want to bitch about something, I can bitch about all the wasted time the internet has spent debating on inches and millimeters and stuff like that. It's stupid. It's stupid. People understand different systems. America uses one that is old and dumb, and we know it. We still use it because we're all used to it. Maybe when all the boomers are dead, we can all move to metric or something. But until then, as an engineer and as somebody who likes to build stuff and work in a lot of different CAD programs and do a lot of like a variety of work, you need to be able to use both. That's it. That's all there is to it. You just need to be able to recognize and understand both. And it's not that much of an extra skill to have, right? You measure something and it's 4. Well, it's not 4 millimeters because it's the size of something I can hold in my hand. So what is that for? Oh no, I've shut down completely and I can't operate because I am an exclusively European snob lord that likes to go on the internet and bitch about inches. If it's 4 and it's something the size of your hand, maybe that's been measured at inches. It's just that. That's it. Dimensional analysis. Just learn how to do good dimensional analysis. All right, anyway. I'm in a bad mood. This is bad for streaming. This is real bad for streaming. I need like some kind of a cutout here. If I take this, at what degrees do I really want to have it at? I mean, if I make a triangle and then flatten the one edge. If I take a triangle from this, hold on. Is that gonna work? Polygon. I mean, I could always try to do like this. Or no, that's the wrong one. Take it like there. No, that's not right. That's not right. Actually, that could make the one dimension when I flip it over for the other one. Well, in the 70s, we tried to switch over to metric, and nobody wanted to. I don't know. It's like the same reason we can't fucking get anybody to vaccinate around here. If I do a 3-point rectangle, I take it like that. No, because then that needs to be even. It seems like I almost got it there, but... No, it wasn't because of machines. It was literally because people didn't want to go to kilometers an hour. Even our speedometers still have kph on them, but all the signs and all the speedometers and stuff like that, they didn't want to flip them over. I don't know, Barnel. The fact that we invented, like, we made all the standards for circuit boards and stuff is contentious, because 0.1 inch spacing is what all of our like circuit board holes are at, right? These are all at 0.1 inch spacing. So now in modern chips and stuff, we have like metric spacings for them, but we still have to kowtow to the 0.1 inch. Yeah, you need to learn the 2.54, the 0.1s, the mil. Mil is not millimeters. Mil is an inch standard. Russia uses 2.5. I've had a couple things that have used that standard. I remember running into that recently. Oh my God. 2.5. What are you doing, Russia? Stop it. All right. I need to figure out how to do this thing. The reason that I'm so mad is because the stuff that I set upstairs is in one ear and out the other. As soon as this person gets the idea to move my car again, they'll just do it. That's what really annoys me, is that there's nothing will change. This is gonna happen again, and it's the first time I've ever been interrupted on my stream. Well, it is, because I'm at work. Like, don't do it. I don't work a lot, you know, but when I am, I expect that I'm spending time with you guys and not getting interrupted. So, no, I keep the keys upstairs just in case, because if it needs to be moved, it needs to be moved. This was not that case, though. All right, what I'm tempted to do is just create a line off of that, and give it like 60 degrees or something. Just like that. But I want to make like a gear, like a knurling pattern, and so I don't really know how far out that goes. No, I'm not doing anything psycho like that. Not doing any psycho shit, chat. I'm not doing that. Yeah, because I want this pattern to, like make sense on this thing, and maybe that gets us into like gearing. I don't know. Let's play it by ear. Let's just play it by ear. So what I'll do is I'm actually gonna make like another construction line up here. Hit X to create a construction line. Who does that? Is that Caspius Labs that does that? He has a who was that? There's the guy who has the hold on. I'm sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once. There's like a channel point thing that will pour him a sip of wine, and then there's another one that'll dispense some granola, like M&Ms and stuff. So all that stuff has already been done by other streamers that are better at that stuff than I am. Let's just take it 0.2. And then I'll put a line here. And now if I want to go back, I can alter this stuff. Nice Brew. Yeah, Noise Brew. That's the one. Thank you. Gonad knows these people. Yeah, it wasn't Disaster. I haven't seen Disaster of Puppets yet. No, I think the fart box is still moderately unique. Yeah, Noise Brew had the channel point wine. Didn't that break? I think he fixed it. I don't know. All my 3D printers are broken. I'm like white hot mad at my roommate right now. One of my roommates right now. Ugh. Okay, all right. I'm not gonna let this get me. So I'm gonna mirror it right there, and that's gonna create our little cutout pattern. I needed a trapezoid, so I basically did distance and distance in order to make it. And so we can alter that. But yeah, that's that part of it. And then I mirror it, and then we'll make this a circular pattern around the whole thing, but we're not gonna do it yet. I guess I could have extruded with that pattern on there if I wanted to make my sketch like break everything. But what I've just learned from viewing that video just now is that I can finish this sketch. I can take this little geometry right here and I can extrude it into my solid. I guess I could cut everything with it, but I can extrude it into my solid. It's not quite deep enough to hit the top of the knurling here. I wonder how... It does kind of hit the whole knurling. I wonder if I needed to do that. I could also reduce that step by going back to it. So we'll save that for, you know, a minute from now. This could be too small or, you know, whatever, too large. I don't know. And maybe it needs to go a little deeper. I don't know. Okay, but anyway, let's cut that. And so now you can see we've got this beautiful knurled pattern around the whole thing. Oh, wait, we don't. We need to do more. So what we're going to do is we're going to take that step, that extrusion step, and I'm actually going to create... No. Modify? I mean, the pattern menu is in both of these, which is kind of weird. Create, pattern, circular, faces, and I guess we select this. Axis. Looks like I'm going to need an axis around this thing. Unless I can get to origin. There we go. So I can select this blue line right here. This blue line. That little guy right there. Select that. Now, how many of them are we going to have? It's going to be a lot. Let's keep going until it makes a pattern, I guess. Done. So depending on our dimensions, I'm just trying to get this close. Hopefully this doesn't completely hobble the program. I don't think it will, but... That may be too many knurlings. That may be more than we actually have. That'll be about good. We'll make it 75. Herc! It's a little denser than the actual... I don't know. That's pretty close, actually. That's pretty close. Here, look. I think there are less on the real thing. Genesis Waffle gifting a rando sub, and it went to Dowers33. Hey, thank you for the gift sub. Yeah, let's undo that. Let's make this a little larger. Yeah, because it's not deep enough. It's not deep enough. It needs to be the difference between these two. So I'm just gonna rewind. Well, I'm not really gonna rewind the time. I'm just gonna Control Z out of it, and we'll take away that, and then we'll go back to our sketch. Because that needs to be, and we'll project, let's project this inner line into this thing. So project this, and now we can expand this a little bit. So that goes up from the line. This needs to come back a little bit. Our 5.9, let's go like 5.6. Where's that gonna get us? 5.7. I think that's, yeah, 5.7. I mean, we can put 5.65 or something. Let's 5.65 this. It doesn't need to go all the way to the top. You know, this is literally just a visual representation. We haven't actually gotten to the actual design yet. I'm not stalling. $5.65. Yeah, that'll do. 5.65 it is. It's all just general stuff. So then this distance here, we need it to be from 5.65. Actually, it just needs to be more than 12 in the end. So it's whatever 12 divided, it's a 6, 5.65. After watching a lot of streams where the streamer stalls, this is stalling. No, it's not. I'm actually having fun making something that looks visually similar to the actual knurling of that barrel. I don't need it. I want it. This is the stuff that builds the skills for later. 565 to 6. I can do 6 minus. That takes us up to the edge. Maybe a little bit beyond the edge. I do want it to be a little bit beyond the edge. So 0.35. So let's just make it 0.4. There. And then it doesn't need to be that tall. Let's make it 0.3. That'll probably be good. This is all just estimating stuff, right? Where's your hair? Somebody pulled my... No, the beard is shorter too. It's actually somebody pulled on my pubes, believe it or not. I got up to some weird shit last night. All right, so... Yeah, I don't always want to look like a friggin' wolf man. All right, so now we can extrude this thing again. Yoink. Well, I don't have leg hair to speak of, so that is like a that's like a gnarly cut. That's what that is. That's a big cut. That's a nasty gash. Speaking of last night, no, but do I want it to be a little further out than that? I mean, that looks like a really deep cut. Maybe it'll look better when we revolve it around everything. I think it needs to be a little bit. I think it needs to be a little deeper though, or you know, a little bit wider. So let's do like, I mean, moving it an entire 0.1 is kind of crazy, but yeah, I think we'll do 0.4, and now that'll look like that. Now the thing is, I can go back to these steps and I can alter these little things because a lot of those numbers are basically the first step in a cascade of steps that can get repeated. It might mess with the clearances and stuff like that, but I can always go back into those steps and redo them. So I didn't really need to Control Z anything. I could have just tweaked and tuned. But, you know, in tweaking and tuning, what would happen is the definition of the open solids that I'm choosing to extrude would change. So if I moved that little cutout piece around, AutoCAD would get a little confused about it, and it would possibly break some of the later steps, and I'd have to redefine things. But whatever floats your boat. It all works pretty well. But okay, so do that, and then I can create, and I can do pattern, circular, and I can choose this step. That's a powerful tool. I didn't know you could do that. Accidentally knurls the whole thing. I've knurled it all. No, because I'm not viewing those other bodies, none of these steps affect them. If you don't want to affect the other bodies in your design, don't select them. Easy peasy, right? You just unview them and then it doesn't affect. That's how I do multiple, like how I do the cases fitting together and stuff like that. So all right, axis. Choose our axis. It's the blue one. This one. Oh my God. Maybe not 75. Maybe we just need 70. Maybe we need 20. Maybe we need 30. Actually, 30 is a pretty good number, huh? We'll go with 30. Bop. Look at that. It's beautiful. Maybe a little bit, well, we need like 35. Hold on. Go back to our pattern and double click it, and that pulls us back into the step, and we just alter the numbers. 35. Yeah, I think 35 is good. 35 looks a little bit more true to form. Although this is still, it's a little bit chunkier than the actual thing, isn't it? It's beautiful, but is it functional? You're not functional. You dysfunctional, you fuck. Anyway, compare this to this. Yeah, mine is a little like more exaggerated, and I think it's fine. I think it's fine in its slightly more exaggerated sense. Yeah, you D colon. No, I'm not a mean streamer. I don't do that. All right. Please stay. I need my viewers. Okay, so what we're gonna do is make this look like the actual laser. I mean, this is looking pretty laser-like, huh? Huh? Hey, that looks pretty good. I might want to move that up a little bit, but the 2 millimeters is what we measured. So now we go into my favorite menu, because we're using AutoCAD, right? We're using Fusion 360. Fusion 360 looks good. That's kind of the biggest advantage of it. That's why I use it for streaming. That's why I love it, because I can make stuff that sort of vaguely resembles what I'm actually building. Their visual, the visual focus of Fusion 360 is an extreme advantage to people like me who aren't mechanical engineers. I like to see the stuff that I'm putting together. I'm vain. All right, so what I do is I go into the appearance menu, modify appearance, the letter A. And now we've got all of our different textures that we can add to stuff. So we want, this thing is nickel plated. So we just need to nickel plate everything. All of my friends in college were mechanical engineers because they knew how to hang out. I knew some of the control systems engineers were the cooler people too. And the funny thing is, studying control systems and mechanical engineering, our course load was very similar. I would just change the resistors into springs and stuff, you know? But yeah, it was weird. College was weird because most of the electrical engineers are intolerable. What's up, Ghost Freak? How you doing? This wouldn't be, yeah, this is the Ghost Freak. You don't put the little partner badge on your thing? I know, it looks like a suppressor, and maybe one day I will make a suppressor, which I'm allowed to do. In this country, in America, I'm actually allowed to make a suppressor. I just have to stamp my address on the side of it. And I might still need to pay the $200 tax stamp. It's been $200 since like the 1800s when the tax stamp was invented. I don't know, it was a long time ago. But you pay $200 and you get approval from the ATF, and then they shoot your dog, and then you can have all of this weird stuff, right? If you guys want to see like Tarkov and just a Swedish man playing games, check out Ghost Freak's stream. He's really cool. He's a buddy. He's a good friend. I take it off when I'm in tomato chat. I don't really like the tag. I keep it because it was like a shit show to earn. It took me a long time to earn that fucking thing. It took me like 3 years of doing this because my content is not, necessarily gaming. What we're doing right now, for those of you that may not know, because I saw a couple questions fly by in chat. We are working on what's called Burn the Subs, and Burn the Subs is this board that sits on my wall. We've upgraded it to be a live edge board, and I'm currently trying to do my best job to improve Burn the Subs. Burn the Subs, in its original form, was basically what it would do is when somebody subbed to the channel, it would burn their name onto a board, their Twitch name onto a board. I'll do the meme. It'll burn their Twitch name onto a board that was sized based on how many names were already on the board. So it made this big word cloud of names, which is art basically making itself. I roboticized art, which I love that kind of stuff. I like making art that makes itself, that's generated through something that's cool. And in this case, the cool thing is all the weird fucking Twitch names that you guys are able to create for yourselves. There's a lot of variety in Twitch names and a lot of weird jokes and a lot of fun stuff. Right? So I got two boards sitting here, and each of them has thousands of names on it. The previous board took, I forget. It was 2.6 years, and it had like an even number of names on it. Somebody finally had like too big of a name, and we weren't able to place it without collisions. So we took down the whole board. I went out to Lytton, Pennsylvania. That's not important, but I went out to like a shop in the middle of like weird Pennsylvania. And they had a bunch of live edge stuff, and I got a live edge board, mounted it to the wall. We expanded the axes a little bit, and now what I'm doing is actually creating something that's going to mount the laser to the y-axis that'll be able to water cool it, because I got a bunch of weird water cooling stuff, and we're water cooling it for fun. It's not really that necessary, but we'll have fun with it. So what I'm doing right now is not making a suppressor. ATF, please don't shoot my dog. I don't have a dog. They'll gift me a dog, and then they'll shoot it in front of me. Don't, ATF, no. Please, no. This cylinder is a laser diode holder. This stuff right here. This stuff right here. It's a laser diode holder. It's a little 12 millimeter laser diode can. And so what we're going to do is model this, place it in front of the axis that I already have modeled and 3D printed, and create a bracket that's going to hold it here. And then it will get a jacket around it that will be able to put the little nipples on and then run water through. So we'll have a water-cooled laser diode. Laser diode's not really going to get that hot. The PETG is actually quite good at higher temperature stuff, but it's whatever. It'll be fun to water cool it just because. Burn the Subs 3 is the one that's going to get better water cooling, but yeah. That isn't much better. You legit thought I was making a can. I would love to do that someday, but the thing is, like, I own actual firearms, so like all those weird, like if I make like just the right shaped bracket, I'm technically like in violation of federal law. And for a little while, I had a lot of fun when I first got the 3D printer. I had a lot of fun looking around in just for like prints that I could do that would violate federal law. It's like, how can I violate federal law with a 3D printer? I thought that was endlessly fascinating. One of the ways would probably be to print an actual suppressor in 3D print material, but man, it would explode. You're dealing with a lot of pressures with firearms. But the fact that I own firearms means that I can't do anything like that. I'm not gonna get in that position. Yeah, people have been working on like 3D printed. Upper is not it's lower receiver. That's the one. Upper receiver is not a good idea to 3D print. Add some text infusion, not a suppressor. No, this is only 12 millimeters. This would be like a not even a BB gun. It's like a 3 millimeter hole in the back of this thing. All right, so what we need to do with this is now make it look good. Letter A, appearance menu. So let's go to our metal materials. Metal. And let's look at nickel. Nickel? Polished. That's basically what the whole thing looks like, right? Just got a call for the guy with 200K motion race rig. It's pulling too much current and making all the lights in his house flicker. That's the other thing that I'm excited about Ghost Freak. One of the cool things that I'm going to be working on. I don't know if you saw that Rob Oz posted a video getting the second place in the rally. We got first place in the junior rally, and through using, hold on, I got a gray hair. I like one giant gray hair. Hold on, chat, hold on. Where's that fucker? Come here. The looking through OBS is not the, damn it, I got the wrong one. Anyway, yeah, Roboz got second place in the rally on keyboard and mouse, which is a little ridiculous. But I want to win the senior rally, and while I was actually, fucking goddamn it, I gotta stop doing that. He won the junior rally, he got second place. I got first place in the junior rally and shared it with him like right before he published that video. So now, naturally, I need to win the senior rally and lord it over him endlessly. I put a gravestone into my summer car that is Raba's dignity. And I like to put the date that I made first place in the senior rally on that gravestone. But before we do that, I bought 330i, the BMW pedals, like a full pedal cluster. So we're going to get real car pedals running on the simulator setup, this thing that's sitting over my shoulder, the thing that I've been working on for like 2.5 years. Saw what on Twitter? What I don't know. Which one? Oh, the pedals? Yeah. Yeah, I twarted about the pedals. They look pretty good. But he literally told you to fuck off. No, he said eat my ass. So that could have been any of a number of things coming from Roboz. Mercedes S-Class steering wheel, 2 horsepower servo motor, BMW sequential shifter, which I'd like to replace, but I can't right now. My 3D printer is dead. Clips to the side of my desk. And then I've got the pedal cluster that I just took apart, but those were Fanatic pedals. The pedals that I ordered get here tomorrow, and then from there, we'll get them running. I hope I can get them running quickly, but we'll see. But if it feels more like a real car, I think I'll do much better in the rally. I'll be able to do it. But I want that bragging right. I guess we're not done with my summer car yet. Drag it over here. Whole thing gets a shiny nickel appearance. Same with this guy down here. Now I want to go to faces, and I actually want to make the black plastic of the threads down there. Should be ready to play with pedals in 2.3 years. No, no, we could get it done faster. I got the load cell sitting over here from the old pedals. Gonad is going to have to be on his own for figuring out how to make all the stuff work. But I've got the load cell sitting here, and I'll have to implement that with some kind of a mechanism. And then I've got this piece of the Mercedes steering wheel that's actually it's like a hydraulic squish. No worries, I like a challenge, yeah. No, I assume of all people to get an incomplete weird set, you'd be the one to make it. If you guys don't know Flatulent Gonad, he does a lot of My Summer Car and the like streaming. And he has a wheel setup where his pedals are actually wooden. And as much as I hate to take away the uniqueness of the wooden pedals from him, I can't stand it anymore. It's made out of like piano hinge and like wood screws. And yeah, if Gonad's whole setup is insane and I love it, but I figure if I'm going to give the Fanatic pedals a good home, I'm going to send them over to him. Matt is a hairy fish. I don't know, you British people and your phraseology. Plastic. And we want transparent. No, we want opaque. Opaque is like hidden in the, because it's done in file name order, which is dumb. But anyway, opaque, and then we want matte black. Add that to our appearance menu, and then we need to, wait, why isn't, oh, there we go. So bodies and components is the one that gets selected first. Sometimes that'll mess up. So if you go to a pattern, or sorry, faces, the radio button will trigger that. If you want to drag and drop your your appearance over the whole solid, I've found that just toggling the radio buttons once gets it to work properly. Sometimes it'll mess up a little bit. But anyways, matte black on just that face. Boom, there we go. Now, if I want to be complete about this, I need to put it up here too. So there, that didn't, what did that do? Didn't do anything. I'm trying to hit the filleted edge right there. And then we take the inside, and I go down like this. I'm gonna hit this one with it. There we go. So that looks a little bit, looks a little bit more like a laser lens, right? I don't know if I mean, I could put like a glassy solid in there to kind of look like the diode. I don't think I really need to do that. We could just leave that like that. Because remember, this is just a size placing thing. It just needs to look kind of like what's actually there. And the body of that screw-in part is just, it's black plastic on this one. Some of them are brass. I could have done brass on that. This will be fine. So anyway, this is nothing. We have nothing. We have no, oh, there it goes. Yeah, it's funny that some streamers are weird about you using that checkmark badge in their chat. And I'm just like, I'm just using it. I earned it. I'm going to use it. Okay, so that's that, right? Perfect. It looks pretty much like the real thing. I don't have an example of the real thing out. I guess I kind of do. This doesn't really look like it either, though. Hold on, let me get a proper lens in this one. There. Over to this view. Just gonna put a real lens in this so that you guys can see what it actually looks like. I don't have any textures that have fingerprints on it, though. Ghetto punk. I don't know. That's like it's like maker punk. We don't need the spring in there right now. The spring just makes sure that your thing doesn't vibrate loose. Let's just take, yeah, this is the lens that I was thinking of. It's the same thing, knurled, but it has the black plastic body on it. No, don't you dare. I caught it. I got it. I caught it. See, this little guy right here. And I just sat it at 2 millimeters out from the thing. So that's what this looks like, right? Here. I don't think I have a microscope and a PC view. I've got the Brady Bunch view. Where's that one? There it is, the Brady Bunch view. That does everything at once. So this is what that looks like. I probably move the thing up by a millimeter to look a little bit more accurate. But I think that looks pretty good. I think we pretty much got it. Yeah, chat's a little large in this one. Look, it's tomato memes. I think he hates me. Anyway, it's, yeah. Oh, look, he's got the badge back. I've bullied him into putting the badge on his thing. Bullying works, chat. I mean, no, don't, no. Yeah, I'm not. Oh, Ghost Freak. Wait a minute. If Ghost Freak is talking about me making cans, my bug assault is something that I can show you. We did this a little while ago as a joke, and I actually did kill a camel cricket with it. Actually, no, I didn't kill a camel cricket. The camel crickets don't give a crap about this thing. The bug assault, which I'm trying to turn into a spas or whatever. But the back end here is a little too wide for the fold-out stock. But I'm putting like every accessory I can onto the bug assault. So we reprinted the cocking handle, and I made it into a multi-rail thing. And we put a cheap knockoff Magpul on it. I have a little laser sight that's like too big and gross for a pistol, and then I've just got a light over here, and then I've got this really cheap Feyachi red dot sight on it. I think it's off right now because this thing dies. Yeah, I need to print. I was gonna print out the big front suppressory looking thing to make it. I don't want to make it look too much like a gun, but it works though. You know, I got all this illumination here that I could do. I could do all the illumination and stuff, and I got like a laser. I got like a. Where's the laser? There's a laser. I got a laser. Ah! It's so stupid. It's so stupid. At some point, I'll work on it again, and if I can find more rail accessories, I'll attach them. It's supposed to be the tactical bug assault. It was like that time Rabaz put all of the light accessories on in Tarkov and turned them all on, and everything was just like super duper, like you couldn't see anything because it was all washed out. I've got the factory laser on mine. It's pretty accurate. Well, in order to get the red dot sight to be accurate, I had to cant it down by like many degrees. Look at that sight line. It's like it hits like here. Do you have those mods on Discords? I don't think I put them in my GitHub. I have the models and I could put them on GitHub, but what are illegal? Bug assault? I guess you could shoot salt at people, so maybe that's part of it. We took this apart and figured out how it worked, and it was pretty cool. It's basically just like a little plug that drops down with like a load of salt in it, and then just gets in the way of a big plunger. But I want to put my spare air carry handle on mine. Yeah, so there's, I mean, the rail, I have a couple different versions of that in Fusion. A straight rail didn't work. I had to turn it up, and it's actually grabbing these little things here. This is all based on somebody else's Thingiverse design. So you could find the Thingiverse ones there, or if you bug me on Discord, I can host these so that you can actually print them yourself. Because this getting the cocking thing correct was difficult, but now I've got this. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. I'll have to get all the like tactical gear and be like, all right, where's your bugs? Where are the bugs at? New York is very strict on that kind of stuff. Yeah, you don't want to mess around with New York and their gun laws. It's stay be careful, you know. If you bug him on Discord, he will bug assault you. I don't think I can point this at the camera, technically. I think if I point this at the camera, that's a bannable offense. Even though this is a salt blower. It's not a gun. It looks like a gun, kind of. That's why I'm a little reluctant to put something on the end here. But I would like to put like a big, like a flash suppressor looking fucking thing on the front, because it would be hilarious. But yeah, I haven't seen a bug since I hung this up on. It's not an assault rifle. They already made that joke. It's literally printed into the plastic. Bug assault. This is what I'm talking about with fatting on low-hanging jokes. Do your jokes hang low? Do they wobble to and fro? All right. A blunderbuss? No, I want to have like a round thing with a bunch of holes in it. Or I could just print up something that looks like a can. I don't know. It's such a dumb project, and it's like my local friends' favorite project too. I'll have to borrow one of their like full tactical helmets with the night vision so that I can show off the bug assault. They have like a full like tactical. These guys are nuts. At least they know they're just cosplaying for fun, but The amount of money that they've spent on that stuff is crazy. People are getting all into tactical gear these days. All right, so here's our laser diode. We've got that model. It's pretty nice. Are they cosplaying? That's what I call them, and they're like, yeah, we know. That's it. They don't actually go out and cosplay. They're buying real gear, but I call them a bunch of cosplayers. All right, version 2, full steampunk retrofit. Oh, would I put in those flashlights that you got to crank? Oh, squeak. That one did, like, psychic damage. Oh. Ugh. Oh, all right, let's get over that. All right, so anyway, save this one. Save that one. So now we have a part that we can actually pull into the rest of the stuff. They are LARPers. Lightning bolt, lightning bolt. But hey, whatever. Oh, we need one more part. We need one more part to make this work, to make the dream work. Because what we're doing is, so we pull all of the components that are pre-made into our thing, and then we can build the solids around it, and then I can 3D print those, right? So the thing that we need to do still is I need to make a nipple, and I don't know if I'm allowed to do this on Twitch. Control S, and this will be 1/8 nipple, NSFW. Okay, so that's the file name. So now I need to start a sketch. I guess we'll do it on this plane. I mean, it needs to be horizontally mounted. It doesn't necessarily need to be designed horizontally, but I'll do it on this plane. Actually, no, that's going to be irritating. Let's just make it, let's use a little verticality. Oh no, it's Jeff Bezos. He's leaning out of the side of his dick-shaped spaceship, and he's pointing a laser beam at me right now. He's going to take me out. All right, I need to get nurples. Where did I put the... There they are. I need to find the nurples in this bin. This bin that might contain nipples. Yeah, all this stuff. I put it in this little case that I had kicking around the shop. This little case that I have kicking around the shop. This is now an over 18 stream. He's got his cowboy hat on. Look out. Look out for Jeff Bezos. He's America's bouncer. He's eliminated all the hair on his body in order to create musculature out of it. That's what happens when you start taking a lot of extra. I bet he's on testosterone. I think that's how he got to be like look like fucking like Bulldog, Mr. Worldwide. Have you seen old pictures of Bezos and then modern pictures of Bezos? Because he looked like an accountant with a massive bald spot, and now he looks like an MMA fighter. All right, so the philosophy behind what we're doing. I had previously on Bother. Previously I need to find the body of this thing. I don't spend much time looking at Bezos. Oh, I have to have a picture of him up on the wall, and then when, like, I don't know. I want to make a like a Kim Jong, whatever, eel joke, but I'll hold back on that. Where did the little solid aluminum piece go? What did I do with that? Looking around for it. I'm trying to show you guys the reservoir that I am retrofitting, or I'm designing after. I guess I'll get one of these, but these are the ones that I sealed, so I need to make sure that this one doesn't get lost like the other one. Looking around. I don't see it. Okay, so I'll show you guys this one. My package. Okay. That would, yeah, I would, you know, I should probably, I don't have like a printer available right now, but okay. So these are the reservoirs that I bought, right? I bought them from Alpha Cool. You need to get them directly from Alpha Cool. The listing on Amazon is like a listing that buys them directly from Alpha Cool. They have an MX series, I think it's called. I think. But that series is meant for like Raspberry Pi water cooling, or if you have a bunch of small chips that you need to water cool, they basically make a water cooler that's about the size of a Raspberry Pi processor, which is great for my motor controllers. But while I'm at it, if I'm buying a little $6 water block, I might as well also water cool the Raspberry Pi. So in the main thing, the main control panel, we have a bunch of devices that need to be water cooled. And so I've got this little distribution block. And also, I mean, so during our testing of the motors, we tested the one of the motors against itself. And in order to do that, what you do, you hook mechanically the two motors up to one another, and then on the one, you take all the leads and you just smash them all together. And that way the induced current into that motor that it makes, because remember, in the presence of a changing magnetic field, a coil of wire will induce electricity. And that's the right-hand rule. That's the magnetic field and the wire. Or you could do this one too, but that's always very confusing. I always thought of like tattooing the variable letter to my three fingers so that I'd always have the Lorentz force, the magnetic field, and the wire direction all straight. It's the right-hand rule. It's all about those fantastical forces that exist in electricity. So what happens is when you run a motor and you twist it, it doesn't even need to be a fixed magnet motor, but if you twist it, you're changing a magnetic field in the presence of a wire. I learned about this from Veritasium's kind of bullshit video. Yeah, I know. I fucking hate that video because it's like I don't want to get into it. I watched it and I was like, it's not really right. Anyway, right-hand rule, magnetic field, wire. If you coil that wire up, you can concentrate the magnetic field around the coil. That's essentially what a motor is. So if you hook a motor up to itself and that motor has all the contacts smashed together, as you try to spin that motor, the force you're putting into spinning it is going to induce energy in the coils, and that energy is going to come back into the motor and stop it from moving because it works in the kind of the opposite direction, right? So you have what's called a braked motor, or I want to say braked is the right term, not broken, braked. So when you try to spin that, it's going to give you an incredible amount of resistance depending on how you want to spin it. So I thought, that's a perfect like way to test the metal of this motor, M-E-T-T-L-E. I'm going to use a lot of words that sound like other words today, I guess. So we were testing how much the big stepper motor could move using the drivers that were going to go and burn the subs. We did that, and the driver overheated. And I was like, what do I do? I could air cool it. And at that time, somebody had talked about a water-cooled Raspberry Pi, and I'm like, well, we could come up with something with water cooling. And so we made a little clip that goes around the motor controller, and now my motor controllers are water-cooled. Well, we put that into the main board, and it turns out the motor doesn't even nearly work that hard. So it is a big joke, but I want to follow through with it. And what I discovered when I ordered these reservoirs was, first of all, that these are just press fit in and leak all over the place. So I had to take some silicone sealant, and we did that last time we worked on the control panel. In addition to that, these things just being press fit fittings, the 12mm laser diode carrier is very close to the size of a G1/4 water cooling fitting. That almost fits in, and if I really wanted to, I guess I could press that in. So I could have taken one of these metal blocks and sunk this thing in there, but there might not have been enough room for water to get around it because it's almost exactly 12mm in there. Now, I don't have a lathe, so I don't have a way to get a tool in here and machine out the inside of this thing. In addition to that, there's no real mounting point on this thing. So my next thought, and this is actually, I think it was Three Mares said something to me that like kind of triggered my thought process on this. And it was like, well, these just press fit in. So if we model these and we model this, I can make something out of PETG that's going to surround this and possibly also trigger chat. But the important part is that I can surround it with just like an opening, right? It just needs some space for water to flow. And if I have one on one side and one on the other, then it's just going to create kind of like a turbulent kind of flow around the top of this thing. As long as we get water contacting the bottom half of this, I'll be happy. So we'll have a hose fitting down below and a hose fitting up top, and then we just let water do whatever the hell it wants inside of there. So the hose fitting up top needs to be the return so that we actually can get bubbles out of the thing. And then, yeah, that's it. I'm just going to seal it with silicone sealant. Now, this wouldn't be great in like an industrial thing. It should be metal, and it should have a better contact with the barrel on this thing, because technically, even though the top and the bottom are going to be press fit and leaky, and I'm going to use silicone sealant around it, depending on what diameter I choose, it might be held in place of the silicone sealant, so that could lead it to kind of like moving around a little bit. And with lasers, you really want stuff to be locked down and perfect. But our setup is an art project, so it'll be fine. So yeah, that's the idea. That's the idea behind what we're doing today. I'm kind of happy with this idea. I'm excited about the pedals coming in the mail. We got some good stuff going on. So anyway, let's make a nipple. A weird thing to do. All right. What is my diameter? I think what we're going to do is we're just going to make, I could just make a cylinder. I don't even need a drawing for this, actually. To be honest, TBH. No, I think we're going to need a drawing of the whole thing, but it might need to be, how do we do that? Wait a minute. I'm going to need like a horizontal cutaway. Let's think about this a little bit, chat. Let's take a little bit of thought into this. We got to make a nipple. It's like I need a cross section. I mean, I could make a cylinder and then do a cross section, or I can make a cross section drawing and revolve it like a cylinder. This is harder than it looks. It's basically just 3 triangles and then a flat piece, and then it goes out into the rest of the body of the cylinder. I don't necessarily need to model the hole in the middle, but I guess it would be helpful. Yeah, all right, let's just start with a simple cylinder, and then we'll move on from there. I think what I'll do is I'll do a cutaway revolve. So we're about 0.3 millimeter thick on the outer wall, which I got to convert to diameters now. Damn it. 0.6. So we're going to do, oh yeah, 1/8 of an inch, I think, is the size of these things. I'll put it in millimeters, though. Because I know my 3D print is going to be, it's like 4 millimeter. So if I make a 4 millimeter hole and it's not a press fit, that's okay, because I'll seal around the edges. I got to do that anyway. So we'll do 4 millimeters on the outside of this thing. And then we have a, let's see, it's 0.3, so it's 4 minus 0.6. So it's 3.4. There we go. So that's the outside of our fitting. What is our length? Length is 15.6. Are you fucking with? All right, 16 millimeters. 16 millimeter. So I'm going to E for extrude. And then 16. We'll make that look like nickel in a minute. I don't believe this sidewall size. I think that's too thin. Oh, it's like almost a millimeter. It's like 0.8. 0.8. That means I gotta add 0.8 to either side. Yeah, so that's all wrong. But we can go back to the sketch. That's the whole timeline thing in Fusion 360. That's the cool part about it. So if it's 0.8, that means I've got 1.6. So this would be 2.4. Hello? Okay, there it goes. All right, that's looking a little bit more like it, because we still gotta, we need enough geometry to actually cut out the nipple from it. We don't necessarily, by the way, if we're just taking this at face value, I don't need to fully model the nipple to look like an actual hose nipple, but I want to, because I like modeling nipples. Gotta watch what I say on this stream. All right, so we need a cross profile of this thing. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start a sketch, and I'm just gonna put it right here, just like that. Now this stuff doesn't exist right now. So I can project all the edges that I need onto this, or not. What if I project that? I guess I really only need, let me undo that projection. So if I project the top and the bottom onto this, then I can create the outer edge of my square with that. I'll just need to model it myself, I guess. So like that. And all right, so now we need to make the cross-section profile that we're going to revolve around this whole thing. How do I even do that? I'm allowed to make the bottom barrel jokes. You're not. Don't hit me with those double standards. 3.2 at the base of the barb. Well, we've got a section in here from the bottom up. So it starts at 8. So I'll make a square that goes up 8. That's where we're starting from. And then I have another section here with the width. How am I going to measure that? I don't really have a center line, do I? I actually do have a center line. Hold on. So that's 3 millimeter in diameter. So if I take, I mean, I could do 1.5 in either direction. It's a, you know, some of the tools are a little weird in Fusion. You gotta kind of know how to use them. But if I take a, I mean, if I take a rectangle and I go distance, no, hold on. I go here with a construction line over, and I go 1.5, and then I just make my cutout like that. What's the height of it? I'm trying to build up one side. That's all I need. I could do like a mirror operation and try to build it up like that, but I'll just do one side because we need to revolve it around the whole thing, right? So the height to the first barb. These barbs are actually a little bit smaller than the whole thing. We'll just make a visual representation. It doesn't need to be perfect, but I do want it to have similar dimensions. 1.8. Yeah, it's about 1.8. So we'll do a square. That's what they're called. I remember shapes. We'll do, the height is 1.8. And then the length doesn't matter. It just needs to go outside of everything. So like that. Yeah, and that's going to undimension some of the stuff. Ah! Why? There we go. Jeez. I can give this a dimension, but it'll probably come into play when I do the... no, that's not the right one. Yeah, wait, why is that undefined? Oh, just the... Yeah, the length of that is undefined. D for dimension. No, unselect that. Hit D, select that, and then there. We got 1 point... God, let's just make it a millimeter. There we go. Okay, so we'll use that to define the triangles, I guess. Maybe the center of that to define the triangles. That way we have it going outside of the thing. And because the triangles might need to go inside a little bit to do more cutout operations, maybe. We got 3 of these things until the end of this. And they're 2.1. They're like about 2 millimeters. So 6 millimeters until the end of this thing. Let's check. Let's put a construction line in here just to check. 6.2. Okay, well that's close. Because we made this 1.8, that's why. So 6.2. Let's just make this 2. And now it's 6. Now it's just 6. So we have 3 triangles. And I guess I need mirror lines. So what I'll do is I'll actually make a... Well, I could do 3 boxes. Let's do that. It's gonna be a little weird because I've never done this before. I don't know the optimal way to do this, so I'm just kind of making it up as I go. And hopefully we get something moderately correct out of this. So to each one of these, that would be 2 millimeters up from here. If I instead... Well, I'll just put a construction line in here going straight up. So I'll make that a construction line. And I'll do 2 millimeter on that one. Pull that over there just so it's not confusing. Wait, which one is which? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No. You go here. There we go. All right. There. That'll unconfuse it a little bit. I'm going to put 3 boxes over here and use them as mirror lines. The only reason I'm doing boxes is just because it'll create the horizontal line with the vertical line. So I could do 3 vertical lines and then do a little mirror line coming off of them. That might be a little bit cleaner depending on what I'm doing in the end. But in this case, I'm just going to draw 3 boxes and that'll do it, right? And I guess I could probably do an equidistant operation to get up here because it's going to over-constrain itself if I do too much weirdness. It needs to have like if I change the dimensions of this piece, which I don't think I'm going to do, but if I change the dimensions of the overall outsides and I have stuff too constrained, things start to really break down in the drawing because AutoCAD basically creates an algorithm for itself that'll allow it to have you change things and it'll allow it to build this from scratch in its own drawing system when the program starts up. So you got to think about it like a programming language sometimes. You know, what am I going to change later? What parameters are going to need to be altered? And then make sure that that wiggle room is in your drawing so that if you alter those parameters, it doesn't blow everything up. I hope you guys understand what I'm talking about with that, because it's kind of an important thing. Take that one like that one like this. Because I'm going to use, if I use a vertical mirror line, that's not really going to work, is it? Maybe I need to just do a pattern. Maybe that won't work. Yeah, that won't work. I was thinking I could mirror it, but if I mirror it, it's going to flip it. I don't want it to be flipped. I want it to repeat. If I want it to repeat, that's just a rectangular pattern. Never mind. Everything I said was wrong, as usual. All right, so we're doing a repeat pattern. I don't really necessarily want to base it off of this, but I will go from the center line to another feature. So what am I creating 4 millimeters up? All right, so I'll do 2 millimeter here. I'll do another 2 millimeter like this. And then that'll become a rectangular pattern. I'm just getting the height right there. Okay, I need to not view the body, because otherwise the highlighting is making things hard to see. 2 millimeter, right? And then I need to go from the center of this to the end of the 2 millimeter at a diameter. So what is the final diameter of this thing? It's only slightly over what this hole size is. So the final diameter, according to the very tippy top of what the calipers can measure, is 3.2. So 3.2, which is 1.6. Is that correct? 1.6 minus 10 minus 2. Yeah. So if I take that out, and I guess this is still a construction line, so that's 1.6. What was the hole size? We'll figure that out later. 1.6, and then take it from there to there. I think that's going to make a wonderful looking nipple. And then back out to the edge. I don't know if I really need to do a square pattern. I don't know. A square pattern would do it, but I think I could just draw it. It's actually not that bad to just draw it. So yeah, let's just double up on our dimensions here with construction lines. So this would be another, oh, what did it just place there? What are you? We'll just draw it. We can just draw it. This is simple enough. So this would be 2. This would be 1.6. Oh, but wait a minute. I need, I'm basing it off of this. I don't really need to base it off of that, though, do I? Nah, not really. All right, this will be fine. Things will get weird if I try to tweak and tune it, though, because I'm not anchoring a lot of this stuff down properly. But yeah, all right. Well, that one just goes to the end, so I don't really even need a line there, and I can just do 1.6. Hello? Oh, it didn't put down a line. Wait, it did. I hate those little half lines. Okay. Your love of the half lines. 1.6, like that. And then, yeah, I think we can roll from there. All right, so solid lines now. Hit X. Go from here to there. Go from here to there. Go from here to there. And that's what we're going to cut out of the side. So we got bop, 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 and then bop. And then we revolve it. And that should do it. So that sketch is done. For better or for worse. We bring our body back into play. And I hit... what do I hit? Extrude? That's... extrude? No, cancel. Revolve. That's the tool that I wanted. Revolve. Revolve takes a solid and it revolves it. What else do you need to know? So our profile is this, 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 and this. Our operation is going to be cut, but I'm going to let it do that on its own. Our axis is going to be the blue line again. And we're going 360 degrees, and we are cutting. Ta-da! Now it looks a little bit, it's a little clunky, but it looks like the hose barb. Look at what we did good, chat. Look at what we did. Let's see, let's compare. with my my too many cameras view and giant chat. Chad, you're enormous. I might want to make that a little bit more shallow. Yeah, it needs to be a little bit more shallow, even though my measurements were deep. Which means I probably need to redo the way that I did one of the other ones, but let's see what happens if I make it a little bit more shallow. If it breaks everything, let's see if that breaks everything. So we go back to our cutout sketch, and if I make this 0.8, that pulls it back from there. Oh yeah, that's right. That's not the one. But see, it's pulling this line too. If I had done a construction line here, that would mean it wouldn't have touched it. Well, this is going to break stuff. I'll just show you guys how stuff breaks. So I take this and I do a construction line, and I take this out to here. I take this out to, sorry. No, I don't need to take that to 1.6. I should have done a construction line over to there, but there's too many things in the way. Now let's just Control-Z that. I don't want to have to do all the calculations for this. So I guess what I can do is I can try to remake that line and just base it off of, for now, I guess I could take it from here as a normal line and I'll just put it anywhere. And then I make this 1.6. That's going to push that out a little bit. And then I can take this line where it's anchored. I could try to, yeah, attach it right there like that. Why is that still undefined? Hello? Why does this program do this? Sometimes it gets a little weird about how things are associated with one another. Like right there, it's not allowing me to connect one to the other. Whoa, what the hell was that? Okay, AutoCAD's getting a little confused with what I'm doing, but we should be able to sort it out. I want you there. Yeah, see, it's not connecting. There it goes. See, it took hovering over the right thing. So now I can endlessly alter the size and the cutout of this, and it won't affect that line right there. Now it's a minor detail, but doing stuff correctly like that can help you create stuff without too much frustration. One warning, yeah, so the warning on the revolve is that it does not know what exactly I am highlighting anymore. And this is what I'm talking about with it forgetting about the solids that I've selected. So I need to tell it again what exactly I want to do, and now it knows because I altered this line right here, and so it no longer knew what stuff I've drawn to extrude, right? Nice nipples. It's only one. You get the number of nipples correct. It's important. People notice those things. All right, I'm gonna add just like a little fillet to the end of this thing. Not a fillet. I'll do a chamfer. I mean, chamfering everything would be a way to make it look right, but listen, if it's gonna affect your enjoyment of watching me, if I call Fusion 360 AutoCAD, even though they're created by AutoCAD, SolidWorks, all the same companies and titles under the same roof, I don't know what to do for you, man. You need to let go. You need to let go. You're in a coma and everybody's waiting for you to wake up. Now, is there a little softness on the very edge of this? I can see a little like glint off of it, but I guess I'll keep the hard edge there because I know this one is definitely a soft edge. This one is definitely a soft edge. Sorry, the Philly accent's starting to come out. All right. It's just, man, like something got on my nerves very, very badly earlier. It's not good for broadcasting to allow stuff to get to you. It wasn't anything chat did, so you guys don't have any ammunition on that front. All right, let's do the appearance menu. Dassault Systems makes SolidWorks, Autodesk makes Fusion. I don't care. I don't fucking care. I don't care. All right, appearance. Go to metal. I don't like, yeah. If you ever wonder why people don't want to hang out with you, put that on there. Boom. Ta-da. It looks like the thing. It looks like the thing. Look at that thing. What's the thing? We've created our miniature nipple that is going to allow us to put it into the actual drawing. Yeah, I'm not talking specifically. I just mean like, man, like, just let people say stuff, you know? You gotta pick your battles. All right. So, 1/8 nipple, NSFW, Control S. Save that. These two are now saved. We can go back to the cart. Now, I've got a lot of stuff already printed for this cart. I don't want to have to reprint anything. So we're not going to move the circuit board or anything. But one thing that I do need to do is make a couple groups in this drawing. Because we are going to be adding stuff to this, and I'm going to have to drag that little thing all the way back. So this to here. Oop, nope. Okay, why is it doing this? Okay. Here to here, we're going to make a group. I'm not going to name the groups. I'll just make groups. So this, let's see. I mean, all this stuff, I'll do everything outside of the drawings. I'm going to group. Even though I don't think I organized my work that way, I'll just take it like this. And then all the drawings are sort of the milestones in the creation of the overall solids. Just like that. There we go. So yeah, we've got, that's the base. That is the holes in the front of the base. We've got the thing that holds onto the drag chain. And then we have the additional screw holes and stuff like that. Now, I need to bring the laser into the fray. So I am going to expand this group, and now my timeline isn't a million miles away. I'll pull us back, not to the very end, because then it'll end up adding that part outside of the group. But I'll do right before the very end. And right before the very end, I will take my new stuff and I'll move it into the drawing. So the laser, move that in, that inserts that, and we'll just move it way out of the way. And click OK on that. Then we need 2 of the nurples. Add one of them like that. Move it all the way over, but not in the way. Take another one over. So now these parts are just sitting to the side while everything else gets done. I can move the timeline all the way back, just for safety's sake, and then I can go to the position command and double click it, and that's this one right here. Double click it, and now we're in a specific menu that only has the tools that I'm able to use while altering this command. This command just basically locks all your stuff down in place, so that, you know, AutoCAD knows where to put. Basically, it's going to follow this timeline. So it says insert all the parts, and then it goes, okay, now I'm going to put it in the right place. And then it does all of the drawing operations and stuff like that. So if I go back in time to this step and I move any of this stuff, it's going to affect my other drawings. What the hell is this? I don't even know what that is. It's just like something that's coming off of my drawing. That's weird. All right, anyway. So yeah, now I need to figure out where these components are going to go. I've got my move tools and stuff, so I can move this thing right here as a component. I can just slide it into place. It looks like it's already centered with everything else, and it's already at the right height, because that's how we designed the file, was to have our 0 be right at the base there, so that this thing will be even with the end of the puck or whatever. I don't know if, I might have to lift it up a little bit. Yeah, I might have to lift it to the height of this right here. So we'll just do that for now. But what distance do I want it to be? I don't even know. Like, it doesn't, I mean, I don't want to hoist it out too far, but it does need to not touch the circuit board, and I need to have room for the solid around it. So I guess we'll move it out a little bit, and then I'll bring that to be like an even number in a minute. And then I guess I need the nipples on the 2 areas. Now, thinking about how this thing is going to go together, I don't think I need to do complicated tube routing on it. But if I have both of the fittings like vertical on either side, I suppose that could work. I could build a dam in the middle of it and have it go in one side around and then to the other. Or what else can I do? I was just going to have it open up to a chamber. That's all I was going to do with it. Just have it open up to a chamber, And then the chamber just gets a little bit of exchange in there. Just think about it here for a minute. There's probably like 1 million deliveries today. It's really annoying. Well, let's look at everything else. So I'll finish the positions for now. And there's everything else. So yeah, we need to hoist this up vertically a little bit more. And it's okay if it's a little bit of a distance from the actual thing that it's burning, because this laser diode with these optics, apparently the columnating when it converges is a good distance, and you could adjust that. Obviously, that's what having the screw thing is all about. Of course, with the other laser, I needed to make a special tool in order to focus it, the one that we were going to use. And so in here, I've got this thing right here, which is just a way for me to get a little lever onto the glass optic retaining ring, so that I can adjust focus. But we don't need that anymore. The problem with that larger lens is that it gets a lot of the dirt that the laser diode's putting out. That laser diode's putting out kind of a dirty beam. And so when I tried to focus it into a point, there was a lot of just stuff like surrounding the point. So, all right. We can just measure distance and then move it using the move tool. So that's what I'm going to do. There's a lot of stuff that never got implemented in this. All right, go back to here. And then we're going to move this component. It says move object, but it's really component. And then I want to do this distance, ... I want to measure here to here. That'll move it the intuitive number 7.8908266. Okay, so there we go. So now it's still centered on the cart, which it doesn't necessarily need to be. It's just nice to have it centered. But it is now even. The bottom piece here is even with this, which means it's even with the solid that we've already created in order to hold the actual laser diode bracket. We're not going to put it at the same distance as the other laser diode, but I'm going to move it in a little bit because that'll save me on plastic and whatnot. But I need enough room for there to be like a water chamber. I wonder if I could put the two fittings all the way up at the top. That'd be kind of cool if I could. I think I can manage it. We just have to encourage more of an exchange of like a flow of water around all of the metal. Because we'll start it from the top here and we'll make it all the way down to the bottom of this with a 12mm hole in it. And then from there, we need to figure out what kind of a chamber there is inside of it. So, all right, that's the position for that. Let me get these guys and I'll make the top of the nurples even with this. And I guess I need to make them equidistant here. I don't know how I can measure that. I don't know how I can get that perfect using the move tools. I guess maybe arrange does it? I don't know. But yeah, we're going to move this all the way back here. It's like I don't know all the parameters of what I'm designing yet. But if I do move these parts, they need to move in this step. So move it there, keep it centered for now. And then, oh wait, no, keep that there. If I click off of that, it'll zero it again. I'm going to do, point to point would be one way to do it, but I need to move this piece here even with, so if I move it here and go like that, and then I click that and measure from here to here, that'll move that there. I'm gonna click OK and just finish that movement. And then I need to bust this over to the side just a little bit. Now that I don't know about this distance, that's just kind of like made up, but I guess I can match it with the other one. So I'll move move this thing. I'll move it in this direction. 7. We can go with 7. If they're both 7mm apart, that'll give me plenty of room. That's going to be a big solid, though. I'll move it up just a little bit. We'll go like that. Give it just a little bit more room. Actually, it should be a lot closer, to be honest. Because it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard for us to create the chamber and then print it properly. It's gonna be difficult to print a big hollow chamber around this thing that has all the proper, you know, like openings in it and stuff. Unless I want to make like a hole that I can plug. I don't know. So anyway, that's 7 millimeters and it's located right there. I can maybe use some measurement tools to get the other one into the right spot. I hope. All the way down until we're about even with that one. I guess I could take it to like an ISO view too. Actually, what I could do is overlap them and then just move the other one 14 millimeters on that axis. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, hold on. So that one's okay. And then I'll move again. I'll move this object and we'll do a point to point. And then I'm going to select top ring there, select the top ring here. And then I'm going to go over to this and then I'm going to move it this way 14. There. So now they're mirrored on the center, about equidistant. You ever set up a print to pause to put something inside? I've never tried that. I've seen a lot of people do that. We played around with threaded inserts for a bit, and those were nice, but they were a bit wasteful, because when you mess up a print, you got to go back in and extract all of your threaded inserts, and it's just kind of wasteful. It's wasteful of brass. Whereas I could just undersize the holes and get a screw to grip them like completely perfectly, especially for the things I do. I don't need the threaded inserts. The only time to really use a threaded insert is if you have a screw that's going in that you know you need to actually unscrew frequently. That's the only, like a battery door. But yeah, I've never done like a pause print, insert a bearing, and then continue print. It'd be a good way to like bury magnets in your stuff, but I haven't messed around with that. I'm hoping once I do the improvements to the printer, I'll be able to better command long prints. Okay, so here we have this. So now we just need to make a solid that surrounds all this stuff. So we're done positioning everything. These are evenly placed. They're relatively close to the main barrel based on absolutely no science at all whatsoever. Those are going to have tubes coming down that I guess goes into the rest of this thing. Or it could just be a big open chamber with a barrier in between them. Just a barrier in between them to make sure that water actually flows over stuff. It's kind of a detail that's not incredibly necessary in the system, but you know, it's something that we can try to account for. So I'll need to extrude something basically from this face out. That's kind of the plan. That's the plan. I'm gonna stick to the plan. So if I extrude that outwards, I can make another face that I will extrude upwards. I think that ends up being our solid. So I take this. I don't really need a drawing on this, to be honest. I can just go extrude, take that, and just take it out until it's... Well, I actually want it to go to this. I don't want it to join. I want it to create a new body. So we're going to start cultivating our new body. Now, those holes don't really print perfectly. So without dropping into all of the tools that I need to, all the weird tools that I would need to use, I guess we can keep that there. That's okay. I guess what I can do is just not view the cart. And then I can hit this with a press pull. Here and here. And I can take it out 0.1 millimeter. Or negative 0.1. And so that'll expand the diameter by 0.2. So those are 0.2 larger than they were before. And I'm going to drop a washer on there and then a screw, and that'll hold it together. That'll hold it together like the, like this thing. See that? See that right there? That's the other laser holder. Oh, why is that off by a little bit? That's weird. Is the center is not center on this card, is it? Oh, look at that. Center is not exactly center. Do we need center to be exact center on this? Probably not, although I will have to calibrate where the laser is. All the positions are relative inside of Burn the Subs. I mean, 0, 0 is the upper right corner, but then as long as we trace it using the laser, then that's all it needs. It needs 0, 0 point from the limit switches, and then it needs to trace everything using the... I need to center it for me. I need it to be centered for me. I mean, if I take all the components and I slide them over a little bit, I don't know if that's going to do it. Because I think that might kill everything that I tried to do. All the definitions of where all the solids are. This is one of the problems with this drawing, is that it's off center by a little bit. But if I take it back on center with a laser, then everything's going to be weird and uneven. Damn it. Damn it all. How far over do I need to move this? I don't want to have to do that, though. How do you center everything in the drawing again and make it not break? All right, chat, let's jump into this. Let's jump into this. Let's figure out how to fix this drawing. This is where everything goes just completely haywire and everything explodes. So I need to figure out how far off center this stuff is. How far off center? Because it is centered, you know, the cart is centered on this axis, but it's pushed over. Which means I got to move everything over, don't I? Let's view origin, and then let's get a distance inspection from here to here. Now, I can't trust that because it's actually taking a diagonal measurement. Oh, and it doesn't allow me to view the... That's fucking annoying. It doesn't give me the XYZ breakdown. Can I inspect from here to the center? There's no indicator of center. Well, from here to here, we got 45.4. Remember that number. 45.4. I need to somehow just take that to this. Maybe if I do there. Oh, God. 21.251. Okay, calculator. Yeah, 45 point, thank you. 45.4 over 2. 22.7. So, 0.7 minus 0.251. Oop, that's 1. How do I delete one digit? Oh, with the erase key equals. So I need to move it to the right. Wait a minute. No, need to move it to the left 0.449 according to my calculations. So I move it to the left 0.445, and that's literally everything in this drawing but the laser diode stuff. Everything in the drawing but the laser diode stuff. And I hope, boy, I hope that moves my sketches over, but I don't think it will. I don't think it will. Let's try it and see what explodes. So gone, gone, gone. Select everything for a big move command, and I need to move it 0.449 to the right. This is going to blow up my drawing, isn't it? It wants to move at -10. Negative 0.449. No, that was the wrong direction. Wait a minute. I want it to move... Cancel. All right, hold on before I move anything. I need to move it to the right according to what I'm looking at right now. I need to move it to the right. If I look at it underneath. Still need to move it to the right. Okay, okay. All right, we can do this. Wait. That wasn't right. No. Hold on. Yeah, to the right, 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 to the right. I'm gonna... Oh, man, this is tough. Just my spatial acuity is breaking down this way. So it's positive. 0.449. It's going to blow up everything else. But now we should get what was it? It was 22.7 from here to this face. Damn it. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We got the 0.7 part. All right, we need to go 1 millimeter to the right. I do all this work, and then it's going to blow up, and then I'm going to be like, it's not worth it, and go back to the way it was. Move this 1. Because that will add, yeah, that's, okay. The OK button was blocked by the dialog prompt. All right, and then over here, and then we just measure again just to be thorough. From here to here, 22.7, which is half of 45.4. Okay. Everything is centered now. Everything is centered. Here's where AutoCAD blows up, right? Finish position command. It's thinking. It's thinking about it. Oh, no, it's not. I need to move this all the way to the end. Everything explodes because my drawings aren't quite in the right spot. Look at this. Everything blew up. Everything blew up. Some of the stuff was... wait, no. Did everything blow up? Wait a minute. Everything didn't blow up. Hey. All my sketches were based on the positions of things like the cart. Yeah. Model all the individual... I don't think anybody had one of these that has all the individual ball bearings. That sounds like torture. And the little tracks that they go on, because the ball bearings inside of a linear bearing are very interesting. They go on a little like circle path. They have a little circle track that they follow. You have a lot of ball bearings and they kind of roll along the surface. I'm shocked that this didn't blow up my entire drawing. And I think part of it was, you know, my being a stickler for all of these locations, getting them all properly set up at the beginning of the drawing so that you can reposition them, and then having sketches that aren't based on origin, but are based on where the solids are, so that I can move the solids around and everything kind of works out. I took mine apart on my CNC machine. Bad idea. Took a few hours to get all the balls back on the track. Yeah, the ones that I ordered for, I ordered a new one for the y-axis to burn the subs because we expanded it. So this axis over here, we expanded the height of it. And so I ordered a new ball bearing track with a cart. And it turns out they gave me a tool. It was a little piece of plastic for reseating the cart onto the rail. Because those little ball bearings, they just fly out of those things. I'm missing a bunch on that thing. But I packed grease into the bearings because I didn't know you had to do that when I first burn the subs. I didn't know you had to pack grease into the bearings. Ooh, that was embarrassing. Now they're all greased and wonderful. They slide perfectly, but I didn't know you had to do that. And so when we did that, I lost a lot of the ball bearings because they'll just fall out of those carts. It's tough. Apparently the little piece of plastic really helps you seat it back on without losing all your ball bearings. My balls. But yeah, anyway. All right, so we're redesigning this part right here to be a water-cooled 3D print. For better or for worse. So yeah, get rid of that part. That would be this one right here. And then laser and the 2 nurples. And then the beginnings of our solid right here. And now everything is properly placed. Hey, that's good. We could move that in a little bit, but maybe I want all of that extra space there. It's basically going to be like a D-shaped thing, right? So I can make a sketch here that'll go up to where it needs to go. I think that's probably the way to do it. So let's do the sketch here. God, I'm going to have a lot of sketches on this thing, aren't I? Maybe not. This is a pretty comprehensive drawing that we're doing here. So I am going to want to project these exactly, and I'm going to project the 12 millimeters of this thing exactly. The reason for the exactness is so that they will almost not fit. And I can bust them out a little bit by going back into the sketch if I need to. So let me take, let me make noises. All right, I guess take, do I want to move that in a little bit? Nah, no. Preserve the distance. It's fine. It'll be a little bit of extra plastic, but it won't be that big of a deal. I want the center here. But if I project the outside of this, and this, and this, now I have the centers. So I have you now. I can draw the D-shaped thing, or I can make it out of a trough. I can make a trough, and then the sketch will go all the way over here, and it doesn't really matter that it does. Make a slot, rather. I said trough. It's a slot. So I can do that, and I can just take it any distance in there, and then I can make it fit all three components and not get in the way of the screw holes. Hold on. Oh, 3 dimensions. So I can, let's even number 22 maybe. 22 is a little tight, but I guess it'll hold everything. Let's make it 24. 24 millimeter. Hopefully that doesn't interfere with any of this stuff. And we're figuring that we're going to print it from the bed as we're viewing it right now. So it's going to print vertically through everything. And I think that's all I want from that at the moment. Although, to make our internal shapes, those top holes, I mean, those will have to be throughout. And then I can make sort of an internal area from the bottom up. I could possibly make like a door that has to be glued in place with caulk. I could do that. Maybe that won't work. I don't know. Hold on. I'm thinking, chat. It's not easy. Thinking is not easy, right? Before we extrude the solid here. I mean, I could do the outer wall, and then I could do a plate for the bottom and a plate for the top. When I print that, it'll want to do an internal support structure, because it can't just like print out of nowhere. But that could work out because I can take it all out of that internal chamber with like a pair of pliers, right? I can get a pair of pliers in there and just grab it and pull it all out. I think that's the way to go. So if I take that and I make my bottom surface out of this, yeah. Let me, okay, so what's the chamber going to be like? That's the next question. That's what I'm getting at. So the chamber, let's go back to our view like this. And so the chamber, we'll make it another slot, I suppose. Does it need to be that shape, or could it just be circular? Let's see. Circular. No. It has to be a particular shape. Okay. So we'll make another slot. Like that. Take that. We'll go over to the other one here. And then whatever covers those, 18 is pretty good. So 18 millimeter, like that. And then what's next? Take that and go up to those. So 4.5 might be too much. Oops. Yeah, 4.5 gets a little too close, right? Overlapping just a tiny bit. Four, 4, 5, but that's not locked over here. So hold on, I gotta remake. I gotta redo it all. Here to here, and then tab 4.45. More or less making this up as I go along. I mean, I could round that edge a little bit, and then it would... Nah, it's okay. The only problem with this right now, as I've built it, is that there's nothing to encourage the water to flow from the top to the bottom. And so I think I need to make like a rib in the middle of this that will just... I mean, water will get around where I don't want it to get around, but if I just make like a big rib right here, then that will block flow reasonably, and so we'll end up having water filling one chamber and sort of meandering around to the other one. It's not like crazy efficient. If I wanted to get crazy, maybe I could like revolve a spiral around it and make it do cool stuff. But as long as water is in the presence of the laser, it should be fine. And then, you know, the return path, of course, will be up here, and that's where all the air is going to accumulate. And so that'll enable me to get all air out of this thing. Hopefully there's enough flow. I mean, we've got a little bit of flow all the way out where the laser is. We'll have to do some testing for that when we can get around to it. I was thinking about doing that today, but we'll figure something out. But yeah, I think we'll have enough flow with this thing. So what I'll do is just build up. I don't want to necessarily cover the whole thing here. I mean, I could just make a square. Just do like a center square. And just take this up and out. Yeah, to the point where it just almost connects, but it doesn't really necessarily connect. And that'll be enough to block stuff. So it needs to be at least, I'm going to make it 2 millimeter just because of the sidewall settings of my printer. And then I can take it out to, I mean, I can round it like that, but I don't think that's really going to come through in the 3D print. So I'll just take it whatever that distance is. Let's do that again. Hold on. Hello? Okay. Did I lose something by Control-Zing too much? No, I don't think so. All right, create rectangle, center, from here, up, and so 2 millimeter wide, and then we'll take it up to 7.9 gets us there. We'll do 7.8. And that's close, but it's not completely and utterly interfering, right? I don't want that to necessarily interfere. I just want it to block flow. Now, we've made a lot of very complicated shapes on this thing, and this is going to make it a little bit obnoxious to extrude, but I think we can get through it. So let's give this a go and see what we end up making. So there's our sketch finished. So I'm going to extrude this -12. Oh, that's not 12, that's 30. -30. Oh, it's not actually 30? Shouldn't that be 30? Hold on. Wait a minute. That should be 30. Something messed up in our drawings. Uh-oh. What? Oh no, what did we mess up? What did we mess up? We need to go back. I need to alter this thing. Oh no. Let's go back to this guy. No, that's not safe for work. From here, inspect this. I forgot to do this because I got flustered. That is 30. What the hell? Wait a minute. We started... What's going on here? How come I can't extrude from... Oh, you moved. This is not quite in the right position. So let's go back to our position step. And we're going to take this body, modify, move this, and then we go point to point. No, we move it up, and then we're going to measure from here. I don't know where our solid body actually is. How come it's up a little bit from the bottom here? That should be where it sits. That should be where my solid starts anyway. Yeah, there we go. That's more like it. Now, the actual thing is probably a little bit closer to 31 millimeters, but it's still... We got the distance correct now. Oh, and I need to move those two. Okay. Thing 1 and thing 2. Move this and this. And I want to go this way, but I don't want to just go 1 millimeter. I want to measure from here to here. It's 0.999999999. Yeah, it's basically 1 millimeter. Are those even now? Did I actually move? It didn't move a damn thing. What's going on here? Modify you. I want to move you this way. I measure. Oh, because I moved it before measuring it. That's the problem. Well, that one's Z distance, so let's just hit escape until we get out of that. This one, Z, measure, here to here. That actually moved it. All right, finish position. All right, there we go. So let's see, 1 millimeter on the top, 1 millimeter on the bottom should probably be enough. I mean, 2 millimeter, whatever thickness this is, can probably get altered in the future too, depending on what is that thickness, because I kind of want to have thin walls on this thing. 3, that's unreasonable. We'll take that down a little bit, or I could make the body a little larger. Let's go back into the sketch and alter that before we get too far ahead. Where's that dimension? It's like way out here. Oh God, I can't even see it. 18. If it's 1 millimeter, that's going to be too thin, right? 1 millimeter is a little bit much. If it's, I guess 2 millimeter, so that's 24, 20. If I take this to, well, I want to delete 1 millimeter from each one. Yeah, that is 20. Okay, so 20 millimeter. And then that's now 2 millimeters thick. And then this needs to go a little bit further down this way. Oh, but 7.8 gets it to there. Ah! This makes it kind of annoying, doesn't it? How am I going to build this wall? Mr. Gorbachev. Delete. Oh, God, it doesn't even delete completely. What a cursed shape. Yeah, it's weird. I can't make like a 3-point centered rectangle, which would be a very useful thing to make. You guys hear that? Something is very loud upstairs. God damn it. This is revenge. This is revenge for me getting angry earlier. We've decided to start hammering things upstairs very loudly as a revenge for my getting angry. All right, so, I mean, this isn't the center between the two, but I'm getting close to just ending stream because of this. I'm going to try to ignore it. It is there. I see it. I see it altering the audio, but it's extremely, extremely, extremely distracting. You can hear it? That's a problem. Some of you can hear it. All right, 3-point rectangle. I'm going to take it out from directly against the diode. Some of you can hear it, some of you can't, it seems. Yeah. I'll take it 1 millimeter on each side. Oh my God. I'm about to make a basic plea for humanity. Or maybe the next video conference, I'll start rearranging the furniture. We'll just get into a spiral. Don't let it get to me. I'm in kind of a fragile state already. All right, so I built up a little plastic around this stuff, right? Because these are going to be the internal things. Yeah, you got headphones and you can hear it. Okay, it's still unacceptable. It's still completely unacceptable. And if I get mad, then I'm the asshole. So that's always fun. That's always a fun state to be in. Now, do we need less water jacket around this thing? I think I could take these down a little bit. Make them a little tighter around the laser, and that way we're not wasting our chamber, basically. If I take this down a little bit, I mean, that can go into the sidewall just a tiny bit. Yeah, I want to reduce the dimensions a little bit. So what is the distance between here and there? We're about 1 extra millimeter. So we got to take two out of the 2 dimensions over here. And then I think we'll have, so if we take this one down to, back down to 18, and we take 20 down, where's 20? There it is. 24. If I take this down to 22, yeah, see, that's just a little bit tighter around the fittings. Now I could reduce that even more, but I mean, we need to have a little bit of volume for water to go through. Because I can move these 2 in a little bit, and then that would, you want to do that. Well, you know what? No, because I still want to have a bit of a chamber here, right? Because we'll cut those out of the top. And the top's going to need to be probably as deep as these things are, right? So these go down how far? 8 millimeters. That's a huge top to put on this thing. Maybe we'll just do like 3 or 4. Maybe 4. Yeah, 4 millimeters. Oh, I'm like, I'm at my wit's end, chat. I know it's bad to get tilted about this kind of stuff, but man, it's tilting me. It's tilting me hard. I mean, another thing that I could do is support them differently and then move everything in just a tiny bit more. But I do kind of want to have like this radius, this inside radius present in this dimension here, because this will go from top to bottom. So it'll make basically a 2-chamber flow. Or sorry, it'll just flow from one side of the chamber to the other is basically all I'm trying to say. That's all I'm trying to say. And I'm trying to keep them a little distant from one another. I could move those in. Let's just deal with it the way it is. I'll have a 4mm top and a bottom plug for this thing. So now that I've got that all sorted out, God, I'm going to extrude. We need to see the sketch again. All of this stuff to make the bottom plate. So all the stuff, and I'm going to go -4. Now here's the thing. Here's the thing. If I go to join these bodies together, what's going to happen right now is that it will interpret this, it'll interpret this piece over here getting attached to this piece over here. So I need to pull this piece, this solid body right here, out of view. I should not see the cart right now. And that way, the CAD program doesn't become confused and stitch everything together where it doesn't need to be stitched. It need to be stitched. We're going to make this one a 2mm wall. That one doesn't need to be as thick. Just enough material for me to get a bead of silicone around the bottom there. That's all I really need. And I'm not going to do anything super fancy like making like indentations and stuff. If I really need that thing to fit and it doesn't fit, I'm going to use the repair ream on it. Or I could alter, you know, I could make a radius hole around this and then re-extrude the bottom plug. Having these in separate extrusions might help me greatly and not having to click 500 things in order to make sure that it works. And then, you know, like making a chamber in AutoCAD is not easy. It's a kind of a weird operation. So we need to make the back wall that goes up the entire thing. It feels like I should probably move that all in so that the back wall is only a couple millimeters thick. Yeah, I got to do more alterations now that I've decided on the wall size. So that's 4.45. I'm going to make that 2. 4.4, where did we get 4.45 from? I think I just measured that. Yeah, 4.45 was just close to where these things are. So 4.45 minus 2, we're basically moving everything 2mm in. So if I move that in 2mm, can I move this in 2mm? I don't know if I can. What is that distance? Oh, no, wait. That all depends on where the solids are. So if I move these 3 objects 2mm in, presumably the rest of my sketch elements are going to move with it. So I can finish the sketch, go back to the step where I actually started moving stuff, select them of these things, hit modify, and go 2mm back this way, and it just selected it right there. So okay, good. And then finish the positioning step. We go all the way back into the future, and everything is now moved in 2mm, but all of my elements are still in the right spots. Ha ha! Look at that, beautiful. It's beautiful. It's so, they should have sent a poet. All right. Yeah. It's like magic. He's doing it. He really believes. Now, the thing is, I could put like a fillet on this edge down here. This internal swoopity hoop. I guess I don't really need to. All right, so let's go back to the bottom of the sketch here. We'll hit extrude. We'll take this. Actually, we'll do that later. First, we'll put the top plug in. So what I'm going to do is extrude this, and this. And we'll cap it off. Nope. And we're going to take it. We're going to start at an object, and it's going to be this up here. And so now we're starting there, and we're going down. We'll give it 3. We're not cutting. We're going to join, and then I'm going to unselect the cart. Oh, this cart's unselected. Good. So we're joining the top of our solid there. Look okay. This is going to be a bitch to print. This is going to be really annoying to print. But I think we'll be able to accomplish it pretty well when I get the printer back up, and if I can get PETG to print properly. I also have, I'm going to have a hood to go around the whole thing. That's part of what all of the massive amounts of deliveries. It's been a very distracting day, Chad. I've had deliveries coming in. I've had people moving my car unsolicited. because there's snow tomorrow evening. Ugh. So anyway, we're going to extrude that from the object, which will be the base plate of this thing. So if I feel like moving the base plate, it won't break my drawing. If I feel like expanding it or contracting it, it's not going to ruin my drawing. And we'll take that distance, that's to object. We go all the way up to the thing we can't see. We gotta like get a little peaky angle right there. There we go. Take it all the way up to that plate. Click OK. And there is our water jacket, for better or for worse. I mean, I could expand and contract some of the elements of this, but we're not, what I'm basically, the premise of this thing is that I don't want to challenge my 3D printer too much. I want it to be able to print this thing nice and neatly. I'm considering whether or not I want to reduce the size of the whole thing. It feels like I could move these in and maybe reduce the size a little bit. You know, I think that's okay. Actually, that's a little trouble. That's a little trouble right there. Maybe we do reduce it so that there's very little space from, because I do want the water to spread out, so it shouldn't be that diameter. The tubes, so the wires coming out of the laser and the tubes will do like an arc. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Because the wires coming out of the laser come up and out the back and they plug in right there. So I'll have the tubes do the same thing and just have, I don't know, I'll have like something sort of coerce them into going back there. Yeah, doing them horizontally too means that the holes are going to like melt down. So they're going to be on top of support material up there. Unless I print this the opposite way around. No, we'll stick with this. I'm going to make it a little bit more narrow of a chamber though. So we need to move these guys in probably by 1 millimeter each. We'll take them in 1 millimeter. Actually, yeah, one or two. I'm going to start with 1 and we'll see where that gets us. And then our solids are going to create themselves around everything still. So if I go all the way back here and I move this, take it 1 millimeter. I move this. Got to make sure that I'm selecting something that can move it properly. 1 millimeter. I didn't move that vertically, did I? No. Move them in 1 millimeter. Yeah, a little bit more. Yeah, I'll move them 2. We'll go for broke. They can't be too close to each other because of the tubes, though. Gotta be careful about that. But I think that's a decent distance. That might be a little close, but I think it'll be okay. See, now things look a little weird, but we can take in the outside lines as defined by the sketch. I'll take that into... Nope. It was getting its dimension from elsewhere. 16, 20. Kind of want it to be even narrower than that. Yeah, because I don't want a huge overhang. You know, there's going to be a lot of support material on this print, but if I keep this under wraps, then you know, we're still going to get a lot of flow through this. It can be a very narrow passageway because the dimensions of it go the whole length of the thing. So I can actually make that much more narrow. So I'm going to take one, let's take another 2 off of everything. That might break it. Nope, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's actually really good. Because the chamber is going to kind of like fill up. I need to keep these separate from one another, the holes separate from one another, so I can't narrow that in anymore. I need to keep those holes separate from one another so that they print properly. So barring, you know, actually attaching the nurples to everything else, I think this is pretty good, though. I think this is pretty good. I could pull it in a little closer, but I need to give it a little bit of space. I can always fill it this and this, which I think I'll do. So, all right, so finish the sketch. That's a little bit tighter. That's going to be cool. And then I can give this like a little bit of a fillet on the end. We'll do we'll do chamfer. Chamfer will look better. We'll do like a 0.5 millimeter one. It won't be a big one, but it'll be enough to kind of like tie these together. What does 1 millimeter look like? All right, 1 millimeter is good. Yeah, just give them just a little bit of an interface there. I guess I could try to do these, but I think those are going to get a little convoluted. I should probably just leave all that alone. Yeah, we should just leave that alone. It's a little weird, but... the back end of this, I guess I could soften it up a little bit. So fillets, generally the fillets don't look very good on my printer for some reason. I'm gonna just hit that with a couple chamfers. Just like a little, like a 1 millimeter. That's maybe too much. No, that's maybe enough much. Corner type. Oh, I don't like the miter. Blend? That's kind of cool. Blend corner looks kind of cool. Yeah, let's do a blend corner and see if that looks like anything in a 3D printer. It's gonna look like shit, chat. That's gonna look terrible. Like this. Wait, what are you talking about like that? What? What? What does that even mean? All right. That's it. Oh yeah, no, that's not it. That's not it. Not it. Not it. Not it. Not it. Unview the stuff. Inside, it's, oh, that did actually, yeah. Okay. We're close. So let's take a little fillet here. Let's go from this to this. Let's take that out like a bunch. I want to get in the way of the top hole, but I could make it match up. Oh, that's too far. Like a full 2 millimeter. We'll do a side analysis of it to see what it looks like after that. And then actually I kind of want these two to be the same thing, but we'll just do that for now. I'll hit this with a fillet too. Since these are printing up from the bed, I can get away with this. It'll be like a full 4 millimeters on that. Oh God, it looks like a screaming frog. All right. So yeah, that'll be the chamber that I have to fit the laser into. And then that will create a jacket as long as I seal the top and the bottom. Yeah, it's like the Rama's panic. Ah, I am a laser and yet I must scream. Yeah, it's the charge of my lasers. All right, boop, boop, boop. Nobody will know that that's in there. Well, we're going to print it translucent, so actually people will know that that's in there. People will know that that's in there. But that's going to create a jacket around the laser, what will allow me to properly run coolant through the whole thing. I'm actually going to like hit this with some chamfers and see what I can do here. 1, 2, 3. Is it going to break it if it's 1 millimeter? No, that's pretty good. Yeah, it's just making the attachment point a little bit softer. I don't know about this right here. I don't think that's really gonna work. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. No, we don't need that there. We don't need that there. That can just come directly off of the bottom there. Boomer chat? Ah, whatever. Twitch isn't necessarily for children. Older people can enjoy live broadcasting. This is like my public access TV show where I get to be a psycho. Yeah, it would be nice if I had kind of like a uniform chamfer for this whole thing. I could probably extrude something, but who cares, right? Like, this is going to be a difficult print as it is because of all the internal structure that it needs to support. My last ditch effort on this would be to cut out this solid right here and print it, and then I can attach it separately. That would be my last ditch effort. That or the bottom piece, right? It's partially based around aesthetics. I mean, it's not supposed to look beautiful, but it you know, it's supposed to carry the laser back and forth, and a lot of this stuff is blocked by other things. So, I mean, yeah, if I really wanted to do the full aesthetics around this, I'd probably build a shell that goes around the outside of it. You're right. You are correct about that. Let's make this into a clear material, even though it's going to be translucent. The translucents, unfortunately, don't really come through in AutoCAD. I wish they had a little bit more of like a texture for that. I could make like a smoked texture for it, but it's not really, you know, it doesn't need to look exactly like the thing that we're going to print. I just want it to be close, and so in order to do that, I'm going to make this out of a clear material. So I'm going to use plastic, and then I need like a smoked transparent plastic. So we're going to go with transparent. Well, translucent would be the way to go, but translucent becomes opaque until you use the render settings. So I'm not going to use the render settings. I'm going to do transparent, and then we're just going to do polycarbonate bronze. That's what I used in the previous models. So this would be for not faces, but the whole body. And I needed to select those radio buttons because sometimes the program gets a little confused. So if you toggle between the radio buttons, now it knows that the entire body needs to be transparent. There you go. That's not really what it's going to look like, to be honest. But it does give us a little bit of the internal structure, kind of. We can see my weirdo like 1960s boobs that I've created in here, which are kind of weird. It's a little weird. Oh, bother, it's a little weird. I don't really know what to do with that information that you've just given me. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could like make troughs that go out to the right spots, but I don't know. This will be fun. This will be fun. We got a little chamber of water here that should hopefully flow from one end to the other. And then the restriction here, the restriction should hopefully encourage water to flow around the jacket evenly. Even just like being exposed to any water at all will cool this thing. And if I really want to, I could make this a lot less tall. That would work perfectly fine. I'd move these down, and then I would reduce the height of that. I'm actually kind of thinking about doing that right now. Should we reduce the height? Yeah, just that little bit of extra thermal mass is probably more than enough cooling for this thing. It's probably way overkill, in fact. Should I reduce the height of this thing? It doesn't need to be this tall. Yeah, let's do. I'm going to do that. I want to reduce the height because this is. I mean, this is a difficult print in and of itself. Reducing that height, I don't know. Maybe it'll just make everything look a little better, and then these hoses won't. The hoses will be a little lower down. Yeah. So let's reduce that. So changing things after the fact is always fun. We need to find the extrusion step where we make the main body, and hopefully that dictates everything else. It potatoes everything else. So double click on that step. And if I make this half height, which would be 15, half height to 15, what does it break? Literally nothing. So we can have a very tight water jacket around this thing. Some of my chamfers broke because I reduced that. So we'll make it a little taller than that. But what I could do is double click these steps and go back into it. See, having any water flow over this area is more than enough for this. Would the water pipes interfere with the laser? I don't think so, no. I don't know why they would. Yeah, we need a little bit more room because these things are long. So let's take it up a little bit further from that. So we'll do back to the extrusion step, and let's make it 20. We'll give it 5 more millimeters to play with. 20. Twentington. I actually like that better. Harder to see what exactly it's going to look like, but I mean, reducing the volume in the collar will make sure that there's a bit more, you know, PV equals nRT. There'll be a little bit more flow. A little bit more water flow. Now we need to pull this down, so I need to figure out what this distance is. I guess it's easier if I just take the measurement. 10. Okay, that's easy enough. So we'll go back to our movement step. See, once you reconcile with the sacred timeline, you then can get away with a lot of stuff in Fusion. So -10, and then finish. We go all the way back to modern day, where I got these things sunken in here, and those may not sink down all the way. I think I'll have them sticking out a little bit so that I can put a little squidge of silicon around it. That's the only problem, is getting a squidge of silicon in this area. That's why I would distance them more. but I think we're good. I think these are pretty good. I mean, I could also make the laser move out a little bit and then make like an actual pipe flow for the whole thing, but yeah, what's the OD of my pipe? That might be the problem. That might be a problem. I think if I move the laser away by like a millimeter or two, I think I can. So what I can do is, again, go all the way back to this step, grab this, and go boop, boop. And then everything else builds around it due to the rules that we've put in place. That's peak AutoCAD. You may not like it, but that's peak AutoCAD. Now I could build like a little pathway. Nah, you just leave that open like that, right? That's okay. It's a weird volume, but at least this is on the upward surface, so we can get as much of the air out as possible. Because this is going to be sitting horizontally to the board, and then I can do various means of tapping it or drilling a hole in it and shoving a grub screw in order to make a make like a vent that'll leak some air out so that things don't get all screwed up. And then of course this piece right here, that doesn't need to be like caulked in or anything like that. There could be a little bit of leakage through there because most of the flow is going to flow around the laser. And hopefully not be restricted, you know. I'm pretty happy with the way that this is turning out. If I could get it to print, that'll be a small miracle. But yeah, I think I'm done with this. Man, what a day. I'm sorry to have been angry for most of the stream, but you know, shit's happening around here. It's gonna snow sometime within the next 40 days, and so people decided to move my car, and they can't reach the clutch fully to start my car. So they ended up rolling it into the road, and then they had to come knock on the door, and I had to pause stream for over 80 people so that I could go deal with that. It is one of the most, as somebody who performs on a stage, basically that's what this is, right? Somebody who performs on a stage and tries to give a show to you guys who just need a little bit of distraction in a very harsh world. It's, oh boy, that is the button. That's the button. That's the button. How do you piss off Bother? You interrupt his stream. That is it. I'm livid. I'm livid. I'm livid. Anyway. But we laugh. We have a good time. Cool. I'm excited about this. I think this will print out really nicely. There's going to be a lot of support structure internal on this thing, which will make it really janky. But since the top is just going to be fully solid, it'll be many, many layers of plastic up here. So that'll create a nice solid. This top edge is going to be really rough. It's going to look like shit. But the bottom edge and the top of the bottom edge should be nice and even and smooth. And the circles should come through very nicely. I've got enough space up here that if I really need to, I can take like a drill. It's 12 millimeters, so I have end mills that are that size. And then these are even numbers too, so I can clean those up later. The alternative would of course be printed the other way around, or if I really want to, and I might end up doing that, is splitting off the top shell as its own body. And I could actually do that just by altering some of the steps. I could actually alter the extrusion for the top piece. No, that wouldn't work because then the, yeah, I think I'd have to like cut it out or something like that. I'd have to figure that one out. Put like a tiny little border around this surface and just, or I could cut that and then re-extrude it. That would be a weird operation, but that'd be a weird operation. I mean, I could also do that and then take it 3 millimeter and just do a new body and then cut it out below and just leave it like this, because that'll just make the piece that goes in there as well as the bottom piece of it. Okay, so that's, I mean, that's an idea. Actually, I'm going to leave that in the drawing. I'm going to leave that in the drawing and then I'll just unview it. So just, you know, I could maybe move those around later and just make a logical piece, a logical plug, make a pug for it. Okay. All right, chat. I think we're done for today. We did this design and I can't even print it because my printer shit the bed. Now, hopefully tomorrow I get, what is it? I get the pedals in. So Saturday, if we do a stream on Saturday, that's an if we do a Saturday stream, it'll be the pedals. And we'll work on that, and we'll try to figure out what we need to do. I can't 3D print stuff for that. The pedals have to be a metal project. Pedal to the metal project. I'm so sorry. Anyway, the pedals get in tomorrow during the day. They won't get interrupted by the snowstorm. I'm very angry about this snowstorm. It's not going to be here tonight. It's going to be here tomorrow. I'm going to check my forecast real quick. Forecast. Actually, AccuWeather. I'll just put in my town. AccuWeather is much better than Forecast.io. I used for a long time, and it just doesn't work anymore. It's not good. It's just cold. It's just cold tonight. Tomorrow. Winter storm, 3 to 6 inches, starting 10 a.m. on Saturday. Wait a minute, what? 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, 10 a.m., 10 in the morning tomorrow. So obviously my car needed to be moved during my stream. Voron? It sounds like a fetish. I've never heard of that type. Yeah, all right. But yeah, the 3D printer parts. As soon as the motherboard gets in, we're gonna start working on that. Getting a new board in there. It'll be 32-bit. I'll have all the bells and whistles. We need to figure out how to organize my DB25 connector because I'd like to have 2 Z switches because I've got 2 Z motors. I'll see if I can control them individually. I haven't even looked at the number of controllers on this. I would love to have individual Z limits so that my beam can actually like balance itself, because I think I've had a lot of problems with that in the past. I'd like them to be coordinated. I've got all kinds of other stuff coming in the mail, so we're a bit at the mercy of the mail system, so of the patriarchy. No, the mail, M-A-L-E. No, M-A-I-L. Damn it. God damn it. Yeah, anyway, this is going to be cool. I think this will be a really cool addition to the laser head. Because if we get the right print on this, if the walls are thin enough, then we'll be able to see, like, we won't be able to necessarily see water flow, but there might be a bubble in there that kind of jiggles about. That'll be kind of cool. All right, chat, thank you for joining me. I hope you guys learned something. Those of you that weren't too familiar with AutoCAD and how to work with it. I tried to very much explain absolutely everything that I did. I don't think I updated the end command, so if Fat got it, that's good. This might be an old end command, but that'll give you links to stuff. God damn it. I forgot to update my... I'm not used to doing this because OctoJ would typically be completely on top of it. So I'll have to... I gotta build the habit. I gotta build the habit of doing these commands. But yeah, thank you guys for joining me. I hope you learned something, and I'm going to be back on tomorrow. I'm going to be back tomorrow. We're going to do more cool stuff. I think what we're going to do tomorrow is build... tomorrow it might not take us any time at all, but I would like to build the backdrop for my desk, which means taking the 2 boards that are over my shoulder there and attaching them to 2 very massive rails so that I have the Burn the Subs boards behind all the monitors at my desk. So, I mean, if you guys want to come join me for that, I'm going to be rolling around on the floor and doing all kinds of metalworking. I'm not going to involve wood in that, and I'm not going to alter those boards. The only thing that I can do to mount them would be to put something behind them or to put a clip around them, and I have no idea how I'm going to do that. So join me for that tomorrow if you feel like it. And then maybe on Saturday, we might do some pedal building if I can actually get the pedals in. It might not be as much metalworking as you think, Trey Pop. I might just find like a clamp and just boop, boop, it's done. I don't know. We'll see. All right. So I'll see you guys later. Have a good evening. Join all of my stuff if you feel like it. And always remember that